This was for, yes, this authorization was for the Craigville Beach Landing.
Okay, if the councilors could take their seat, please, we'll get going. Okay, I would like to call the October 24th, 2024 meeting of the Barnstable Town Council into session. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make your presence known. Okay? All right. Just so you're aware, and I think obviously most people are, this meeting is both audio and video recorded and is live streamed and is available for later viewing on the town channels. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Certainly. Councilors: Bloom,
Here.
Burdick,
Present.
Clark. Here. Crow.
That's who's missing.
Levesque.
Here.
Ludke.
Here.
Mendes.
Here.
Neary.
Here.
Penn. Schnapp.
Here.
Starr.
Here.
Tamish.
Here.
Turkelson.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. I would like to call upon Councilor Bloom, who will introduce Colonel Stephen Waller, who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and talk about a husband and wife team who have accomplished things. Dr. Steve Waller is a colonel retired in the U.S. Air Force. He grew up in farm country in northwest Missouri. In high school, he was an academic slacker and a state champion miler. He earned a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology at MIT and was selected for an ROTC scholarship. He was commissioned in the Air Force after graduation in 1973. He and Jane Ward, who's here tonight with him, of course, they were married in 1972 in Centerville, and they both went west, and they both earned Doctor of Optometry degrees at University of California at Berkeley before entering into active duty in the Air Force together in 1977. Then they enrolled in medical school, both of them, at the newly created Uniformed Services University in Bethesda, Maryland, and graduated with MD degrees in 1983. And that's just the beginning of their accomplishments. During his 30-year USAF career, Steve served as a flight surgeon at Clark Air Base, Philippines, and commanded a portable hospital that deployed to Korea for 9 weeks and then provided care for over 10,000 indigent Filipinos in a humanitarian exercise. As a flight surgeon, he provided care for seriously ill patients on helicopter evacuations and brought an ICU patient out of Shanghai during those Cold War times. In San Antonio, Texas, he became the senior Air Force ophthalmologist, chief of the largest eye department in the Department of Defense, and consultant to the U.S. Air Force Surgeon General. He performed the first laser refractive surgery on an active duty member. On 9/11, he was working directly for the United States Air Force Surgeon General in Washington and led the worldwide planning for medical force laydown for Operation Enduring Freedom. He then was assigned to Germany, where he led planning for the medical forces and gear needed for Operation Iraq Freedom. As a colonel, he completed an honorable career in 2004. Dr. Waller became a professor of global health at the Uniformed University of Health Sciences, DoD's medical school in Bethesda, and taught global public health, medical ethics, and monitoring and evaluation for 10 years before returning to Centerville in 2017. He was the faculty co-director for the online Global Health Program. He authored over 100 scientific publications, including 3 books and 12 book chapters. He has given over 60 invited lectures on all 6 continents and performed and taught eye surgery in 16 countries. As a humanitarian in the United States Air Force and as a civilian, Dr. Waller has performed and taught surgery in 16 countries. In his academic career, he published over 100 scientific journal articles and book chapters and presented over 60 invited lectures. Steve and Jane moved back to Centerville after his tenure as professor of global health. He wrote a quote-unquote naturalist's musings of life on a Cape Cod kettle pond titled Moving Medication. That was the featured book for the 2023-2024 catalog of the University of Massachusetts Amherst Press. Steve and Jane have 3 wonderful daughters who enjoy family reunions in August in Centerville, the central meeting point between their homes in Anchorage, Sacramento, and London. Dr. Waller is a member of the Town of Barnstable Board of Health and an active member of the Association for the Preservation of Long Pond in Centerville. He remains hopelessly optimistic about the future of military health ambassadors and educators as agents for peace in the world through collaborative global health efforts that are intelligently executed and evaluated. Steve is hopeful that someday every American will have the same fine socialized single-payer health care that he and Jane have both served in and benefited from for the last 40 years. Dr. Waller, please.
At the conclusion of the Pledge of Allegiance, if you would remain standing for a moment of silence, and just prior to that, I will recognize Councilor Clark. Okay?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Councilor Clark?
Thank you very much, Vice President Tamish. During the moment of silence, I'd like to recognize Reverend Monsignor John A. Perry, former pastor of Our Lady of Victory in Centerville, who passed away this week. He was in charge of not only Our Lady of Victory, but also Our Lady of Hope and Our Lady of Assumption for the Catholic community in our town. Monsignor Perry was reassigned after serving 15 years as pastor in the town of Barnstable. In retirement, he continued to say weekend masses and to drive to the Cape for what he told me was to bury his old parishioners. Rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you. You can be seated. Okay, at this time, I would like to make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, since a discussion in an open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town and town council. Specifically, the council will discuss the lawsuit filed against the town in July 2024 by the Conservation Law Foundation regarding claims under the Federal Clean Water Act. The council will return to public session after the executive session. Do I have a second? Second. And this will be a roll call vote.
Councilors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. For the public, we will return to public session. It's anticipated this will be approximately a half an hour. So I thank you for your indulgence. resuming. Okay, again, I thank you for your patience. We're now going to go into public comment. I just wanted to acknowledge that we have received many comments. If you send a comment to council@town.barnstable.ma.us, those statements or emails are distributed to all of the counselors. So if you have sent an email, please be assured that that has been sent out to all counselors. I've got a list here of about 15 names. I won't read them all, but the comments as they have been received, and the counselors do have them. So I would invite everyone that would like to speak to come up for public comment. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please limit your comment to the 3 minutes, as we have quite a long meeting tonight. Councilor Turkelson will be the timekeeper for tonight, and she will let you know if your 3 minutes are up. So please, when you do come up for public comment, just give us your name and your village, and we're glad to hear from you. And sign in. Yes, please sign in for the record.
My name is Paul Smith. I live in Centerville, Massachusetts. A preliminary hearing of the Silent Spring Health Survey, in which 426 residents participated, revealed that 38% of them had elevated serum PFAS greater than 20 micrograms per liter, which is over 3 times the national average of 13%. Enhanced health monitoring is advised by the national academies to detect the known adverse effects associated with elevated serum PFAS. Specific monitoring protocols are advised for the 2 to 20 microgram per liter group, and additional monitoring for those over 20 micrograms per liter. The health survey revealed that our community is at higher risk than average. I believe it would be in the best interest and the well-being of our community that the council seek guidance from county, state, and federal agencies to help identify the many others in our community that were not in the health survey, but may be in need of enhanced health monitoring. I've included a contact information of a Mr. Chris Mugford. He's the Lieutenant Commander of the United States Public Health Service. He's offered his assistance to his office to assist in that effort. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If there's any questions, I can be reached easily. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No?
Good evening, guys.
Heather, did you sign in?
I have signed in.
Thank you.
I signed in earlier. I'm Heather Swenson, Lake Waquaca, Centerville. On November 6th of 23, I wrote to the Barnstable Town Council, as well as those running in last year's local election. In that email, I stated that at no time in 11 years while living in the town of Barnstable, have I heard of a councilman sending out an invitation to a periodic meet and greet. I have not heard of a councilman organizing a meeting just for their precinct to discuss a specific major topic requiring an upcoming vote and listening to their constituents' opinions. It is as if once the election is over, the vote on town matters becomes the sole decision of the councilman. Also, in that November 6 email that was addressing wind projects, I further wrote, I heard, we discussed, we decided, the council directed me to. Not once did I hear, we asked the taxpayer, we held a special meeting with those residents specifically being affected. Now let us fast forward to today, almost a year to date from that last email. We have a new board made up with several council members. And again, I will say that in the last year, I have not heard of a council member holding a meeting with just their constituents in a small town forum to discuss matters relating to the offshore wind and the landing of cables in our town. There was one held this past June in West Barnstable, but at that time, those council members had already voted in favor of this wind project, completely duping those in attendance to thinking that their opinion was important and being listened to. The board on a whole seems to be missing the point that you were elected to represent us. It has nothing to do with personal opinion, the opinion of the council member next to you trying to sway your vote, nor the town attorney's pressure being pushed upon you to vote without considering the taxpayer. So here we are again, a most important vote regarding offshore wind and cable landings, and not a single meeting was held previous to tonight to ask the taxpayer to vote on this decision. A simple reminder, you represent Barnstable taxpayers, not foreign offshore wind. Do what is right for your constituents. Please, the only answer to offshore wind and its landing in Barnstable is a no. A huge thank you to the Maria Mitchell Association on Nantucket. They backed out of their good neighbor agreement. They recognized drastic changes in the scope of the project from which was initially given to them. Please take note. It is not impossible to change your stance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I signed in. Hi, I'm Stacy Gunther. I live in the village of Osterville in the town of Barnstable. I'm on the steering committee of Safe Greater Dowses Beach. Thank you so much for your service to our community. Thank you also for proactively considering your position on the New England Wind 2 project and for always listening to the concerns of our community. Starting 2+ years ago, we have collected thousands of signatures on an informal petition opposing this project at Dowses Beach. As a community, we've learned a lot. We've learned that developers don't have to and shouldn't be installing extra high voltage cables at our small residential beaches, fragile causeways, and flood-prone parking lots where our children play and handicapped individuals spend time. We've learned that running 24/7 extra high voltage power through our dense neighborhoods and villages near our water pipes and homes, and siting multiple massive wind substations with hundreds of thousands of gallons of dielectric fluid is not in the best interest of our community's health and safety or our drinking water. We've learned that we are the experiment for this startup, limited liability company business, and that we will be left holding the bag if something goes wrong. I respectfully ask you to consider opposing all electrical infrastructure for this project or any future project anywhere in the town of Barnstable. We have already made a significant sacrifice with Vineyard Wind, its installation at Covell's Beach, cables through Hyannis, and a massive substation sited next to an affordable housing complex. Given the cumulative onshore risks and negative impacts of all of these projects, the recent blade break with fiberglass and foam debris washing up in Barnstable and other locations, the poor behavior of this developer in the face of a crisis, the potential impact on tourism and property values, please minimize our risks in a real way. I just want to mention that this evening, Avangrid is on the agenda at Calm Water as a follow-up to their meeting on October 2nd. So there are folks at the firehouse that wanted to be here. The water commissioners ran a very good meeting on October 2nd with 2 sessions of public comment before and after Avangrid. It was clear to many in the room that Avangrid was trying to rush Calm to sign an agreement for New England Wind 1 and had little interest in answering specific questions. Instead, Avangrid gave a blanket statement essentially saying that the public's concerns were ridiculous. In the room were medical professionals and others who have done a lot of research and attended almost every one of Avangrid's one-sided meetings for Craigville and Dowses. Avangrid's statements were disrespectful, and I continually question how they can claim they'll be a good partner for our community.
Stacy, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jerry Bleakley. I'm from Osterville. I live right across from Dowses Beach, of all places. But I'm here today as a concerned citizen speaking out to support our environment and the well-being of our small community. A few years ago, when I first heard about these large wind power projects, I was very much for it. But as I started looking into it, I became concerned. And I just wanted to express some of my concerns today. If approved, as you all know, and I don't want to repeat what other people are saying, but it will bring 1,200 megawatts. That's a lot of power, which is nearly twice that of the Pilgrim nuclear plant, which is important. It'll be under our beach, up the causeway to East Bay Road, up to and down Wiano Avenue, and through our small village center where we have a lot of retail stores and restaurants, and then up to a new substation, which will be built either on or right next to our aquifer. The buried the buried high power cables will pass several dense communities. I emphasize residential because we're talking about running high voltage cables through quiet, family-oriented, densely neighborhoods, which brings potential health, safety, and environmental risks. The Dowses project, which is what I believe we're talking about tonight, is 1,200 megawatts, which is at least 50% greater than the power coming out of Colville and Craigville when they come online, possibly next year. I stress residential, but I have some other concerns, and I'll try to be very quick. This Vineyard Wind is the projects represent the first scalable offshore wind farm in the United States. And the second thing is Avangrid has little or no experience with this scale of offshore wind energy, and they are doing business under the cover of a limited liability companies, LLCs, which means they're fully protected, and they're owned by companies overseas in Europe. Third thing is our aquifer. If there's a fire or explosion at one of the substations or nearby, it could destroy our only source of water on the Cape for a couple of years. And that's not a scare statement. That is true.
Mr. Blakely, that's 3 minutes.
Totally? Okay. Craig said there's a hatch here.
Thank you.
Hi there. Adam Myrick from Osterville. First, thank you. Thank you for listening. You know, I know you've heard about the long list of all the risks with these projects and the unknowns, which are material. You've heard about how the current approach will hammer taxpayers and ratepayers. I came here tonight to say I am sincerely hopeful this is the last time I'll be in front of you addressing you about this, because we have a chance to close the door and say, hey, you know, we've already done enough, and this is not a well thought out plan. This is not the right way to do green energy. So I'm hoping, I suspect that my hope is only exceeded by yours, that you don't want to have me talking to you anymore about this issue. But anyways, thank you for your time. I know there's a lot of other town business, so I hope we can close the door here and get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. I'll be extremely brief as well. 3 things I wanted to say. We've heard that you guys are really sick and tired of hearing about this, but I'm sorry. Oh, I'm Suzanne Conley. I'm very sorry. I'm Suzanne Conley from Osterville. Thank you. and Quirk. These projects pose one of the biggest issues in our town. It's right up there at the top with the CWMP, affordable housing, and so forth. This is a huge issue, which is why we've come back to you again and again. So we really beg your indulgence. Secondly, the climate bill, the so-called climate bill that's having trouble being born up there on Beacon Hill these days, has a provision in it, and I really wanted to say this to you guys, that it will strip cities and towns of your right over zoning when it comes to renewable energy infrastructure. You're probably very relieved to hear that, because you don't have to listen to people like us anymore, right? But it exempts Article 97 land. And I want to make sure that you're not left with the understanding that Article 97 is an ordinance on steroids. It is not. It is a constitutional amendment that no governor, no legislature has ever broached. This is our property. Dowses Beach is this town's property. You have every right to protect it, and I hope you have the courage to protect it. Finally, I want to echo what Stacy said. Thank you so much for all your service to our community. We know how hard this job must be. We've seen you at it, and you know, you all have different opinions, but we really appreciate everything you do, and we want to thank you so much for listening to us over time.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. This is a bit, Susie McLean from Osterville. This is a bit of a rehash, but anyway, on July 18th, I wrote the council members a letter, and I said, in the light of the current accident with the turbines being built in rapid and perhaps rushed succession to meet an unrealistic timeline, we hope that our representatives in the town council will vote to stop any further progress to let Avangrid go ahead with this industrial development. We know that there are reassurances that this project is very safe and that our aquifer is safe from destruction from dangerous chemicals from the substations is spurious at best. This is an experiment by an untrustworthy corporation with no responsibility for what could go wrong, as they are a fourth-tier LLC company. Please help your people and save us from this danger. Cape Cod, Barnstable in particular, is the jewel of Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and good evening. Catherine Bean of Osterville. As Heather stated earlier, the Maria Mitchell Association of Nantucket saw the light and withdrew from the Good Neighbor Agreement with Avangrid. I'm here tonight to ask that you too have the courage, find the courage to have no further dealings with Avangrid. And as Heather stated before, you can change your minds. Please say no. Please, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, Council. Pete Sampu, West Barnstable, PhD in Oceanography. I've been in front of you 3 times already with facts about the inaccuracy of information that, unfortunately, much of our population has led to believe. I wasn't planning on speaking about offshore wind. I'm here tonight to support the coastal resiliency project that we are hoping to bring to Sandy Neck, because the ocean is rising. When I hear save out Dowses Beach, what I originally think is, let's get off of fossil fuels so we don't get the oceans rising so much and warming up. So we should be investing in green energy. Yes, the blade broke. Yes, there's foam and fiberglass in the water. That is actually a lot less trash than what comes from our unfortunate fishing gear that's lost. So much of the worries that I hear tonight, again, I've addressed in 3 previous times with facts. So I just hope that you listen to facts instead of essentially emotions, which aren't always well understood upon facts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. Roberta Mock, 80 Greenwood Avenue.
Yeah, if you could make sure you sign in also, please.
Can I sign in after my 3
Sure.
minutes? I'm disheartened with the comments from this gentleman before me, especially since we've all witnessed what's happened to our wild sea life, our dolphins, our whales. I greatly oppose, and I hope the town council as well, greatly oppose the industrialization of the East Coast, our waters, for the purposes of supporting artificial intelligent data centers. I know I work in finance, and we've been seeing more of an interest in the small nuclear power, as it's much more effective in providing power that the voracious need of data centers we're competing with for our electric bill. I grew up in an era where conservation was important, protecting the natural resources, protecting what God made. I think we have an addiction society to electronics and don't really think about how whatever it is that we're doing affects our natural environment. A couple of things I want to add. I'm very upset about, well, I read through this thing and I have questions to ask about the expense. It seems that the expense on the residential rate is higher than the commercial for the district, the village district, and I had a question about that. And I still want to protect open space and wildlife migratory corridors. I mean, why? You have to ask yourself, why is foreign seafood cheaper? Like, I can buy a bag of jumbo shrimp for $10 at BJ's. That's not local. That's not wild raised. It's all farm raised. I mean, after this, we've got not just industrialization of our shores, we have mining, ocean mining coming our way. How are we going to protect us from this? This is really important. What decisions we fight here in this room affect future generations, and we really have to think about our great-great-grandchildren. We have to be the heroes here and protect the environment. And I'll bring my next question to the next meeting because I don't want to take away from how important it is that we fight the evil that's upon us right now. We have to stand up for our environment, especially against foreign entities. They don't care. This is our home. We need to protect it. We need to protect our resources of food.
Roberta, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Patricia Conway, and I've been living here for 45 years. I'm a nurse, so I deal in facts, and I deal in red flags. And being a mother, a grandmother, and I feel a responsibility, my husband and I, to the community, having brought up and treated people through COVID and so forth, and taking care of our people. The facts are, medically, just like the man here said about our water and the dangers that these people are having, is we have the higher cancer rate here on the Cape. It's well documented. It's higher in here than the whole of Massachusetts. So that is a fact. The other fact is, with our trusted government, which I don't trust, already ruined Otis Air Force Base with their problems. That's a fact. But now they're not expanding on there, are they? But it's okay that they set you up, basically, as a sacrificial lamb. And it is a fact, because we know the temperatures of these cables at 170 degrees is already heating up our water supply. Right there on Nantucket Sound, which is the warmest waters of the whole New England coast. And this is where they think, in their wisdom, we should put these cables through that have never been used in the United States. Fact, never been tested. Those wind blades, the longest they've ever made, and they've already laid off 800 people from the factory that made them because they were rushing the project. They were a problem. They already found out today, you might have heard, about ultrasounding some of the blades. They need to take more of them off. So we're the guinea pigs. This is just unbelievable that you can not say no to this. It's so obvious to me as a mother and a grandmother. I'm only here because I want to protect my grandchildren and our way of life. I can see it happening. Ruin our economy, ruin our water supply, ruin the health, the increased leukemia. It's all coming down the road. So you want to sacrifice the families in this community, in this environment, ruin the Cape forever. It's gone. And the rich people, forget it. They don't have to come here. They just sell those places and they'll be off to, Cancun or some other place. They don't really care about where they live. They don't even vote here. But they can move anywhere. But the people that have to live here and have your children and your grandchildren growing up here, it's a sin. It's a sin. And this company, as you already know, is owned by Avangrid.
Tricia,
And Avangrid's, Iberdrola, the biggest shareholder is Qatar, that gives all the money to Hamas. So that's what you're voting for. And you need to say no.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Dave Stepanis. I'm a 48-year resident of the town of Barnstable. In my hand, I have a piece of a vineyard wind blade debris found it on the beach off of the Kennedy compound late July of this year. Initial reports describe these pieces as fiberglass debris. The CEO of Vineyard Wind, Klaus Mueller, briefed the Nantucket board that none of the debris is toxic. In addition, an engineer from GE Verona, the blade manufacturer, compared the components, the equivalent of fiberglass boat construction materials. Once the cleanup started, I was curious why Avangrid asked the public not to clean up, not to touch or handle the debris. It was curious to me. The individuals involved in the cleanup were wearing full hazmat suits, complete with hoods, in the July heat. This led me to research the materials used in the newest offshore wind blade manufacture and found carbon fiber listed. GE Vernova mentions carbon on their blade promotion webpage. I have worked in the automotive repair industry with many toxic materials. Carbon fiber is, in fact, quite toxic, and much more so than fiberglass. I asked my counselor, Kristen Turkelson, to reach out to Avangrid to determine if, in fact, carbon fiber were used in the blades. She, in turn, emailed Patrick Johnson multiple times and finally provided in August a 450-page MSDS listing the materials provided by the manufacturer. I scoured the document, did not find carbon fiber or even fiberglass listed in that document. I again reached out to Counselor Turkelson and asked for this very basic information. Does the blade contain carbon? In the meantime, a New York Times article dated September 14th listed carbon fiber as a material in the Vineyard wind blades. Finally, on October 8th, after multiple attempts again by email, the blade manufacturer, GE Vernova, confirmed the blades do in fact use carbon fiber throughout their 351-foot length. Please do me a favor tonight when you go home, research the dangers of carbon fiber. You will find it compares in many ways to asbestos in its danger to your lungs, potentially leading to mesothelioma and malignant tumors over the long term. The carbon fibers are extremely small and similar in shape to asbestos particles. They embed in the lung tissue like asbestos and are not eliminated by the lung's natural ability to cleanse the tissue. The problem is that, like asbestos exposure, the carbon fiber disease could take 20 to 60 years to materialize. A paper published May of 22.
Dave, that's 3 minutes.
Quickly, by the National Institute of Health indicates an immediate need for the designing of a protocol to regulate the industrial use of carbon fiber products to avoid a hazardous situation such as was witnessed with asbestos fibers. For those of you here tonight with children, grandchildren, I hope you will take a look again at the unintended consequences of this project and let Vineyard Wind know you don't want their project. We are leaving another generation with $1 billion Superfund site at Otis Air Force Base and an ongoing PFAS cleanup. Do you want to pass on another generation of potential environmental disaster that you could say no to tonight? I hope you have a conscience.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Good.
Hi, my name is Cindy Campos, and I am here to address actions of the police department acting under the Colorado law. I'm talking about coercion of police reports. I'm talking about false imprisonment. I'm talking about intentionally misleading investigation on criminal acts. I'm talking about law enforcement misconduct. I'm talking about any officer informing people and parties conveying false information. Hi, my name is Cindy Campos. I am a resident of Osterville since 2017, married for 35 years, in which I have produced 4 children, which 3 are Marines. I'm able to enjoy an upper middle class lifestyle over the years and work hard in dedication. I stay at home. My husband is a former police officer, now working for CPCS Bar Advocacy in Barnstable and Falmouth Court. Richard has lost his job as a policeman, but is afforded a law degree through the MBTA Police Department, and Richard secured a job with CPCS Bar Advocacy in the Barnstable County. Before getting divorced, Richard sold our home and made Osterville our permanent marital home. We had made many friends in Osterville and the community. Richard worked for CPCS and engaged in Christmas party with judges, lawyers, former policemen. Over the years, I have suffered mental, physical, financial abuse at the hands of Richard, and which would lead to divorce. Due to my husband's connections and standings within the community, I am a victim and a target of smear campaign, creating financial abuse, stalking, harassment, bullying, and the results of abuse of power, in which I am a victim. I am now homeless and financial ruins at the hands of CPCS Bar Advocacy within the Bar Advocacy program. Richard has created and picked sides, never keeping divorce between us matters. He made it public, using the Barnstable Police Department and the courts against me. I am now alienated within my community. This is just a plain smoke show. It's a money grab. Obtain and secure our marital assets lies within a marital irrevocable trust. Richard needs to punish me and leaving me abusive situation. My husband's utterance has stated in the past, he would leave me penniless and homeless. Richard has achieved both, but with one more caveat: losing my community and friends and family support system. Richard has planned to isolate me, making me a victim over and over again, draining me and oftentimes leaving me in despair. Why I'm here, you ask? I am here because my husband, and like many police officers, are in positions of power and protecting each other from allegations of his own self-dealings. Richard is a former police officer himself, like in the Brotherhood, protecting one another in solidarity, the thin blue line, leaving many victims in violence in fear of law enforcement agencies. This is an ongoing issue with the police department, hidden crimes within the department, which should be held liable. This is public notice and documented for considerate of officers' terminations or sanctions instated or funding taken away. I have contacted the chief in regards to this and have not gotten anywhere. They've
Cindy, that's 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. They've hired outside counsel in regards to this, an independent contractor, but I have been violated in so many ways, and I would like an audit done on the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Lynn, is there anyone online?
We do. It'll just take a minute to send them
Okay.
over.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Susan Starkey. Susan, you have 3 minutes. You may unmute.
Thank you. This is Susan Starkey in Yarmouth. I encourage the councilors to commence negotiations for a host community agreement regarding the New England Wind 2 project. I am a Yarmouth resident and was dismayed when my town declined to develop a host agreement with Vineyard Wind that could have brought onshore the first offshore wind project. I also commend the town of Barnstable for seeking and agreeing upon a host community agreement at that time, since Yarmouth turned it down. And I saw that over time that really balanced the need for improving roadways and sewering with our great need to responsibly develop clean energy sources to replace fossil fuels. I'm further grateful that the town of Barnstable has been responding to climate change, which threatens to overwhelm us here on the Cape. Tonight, when I've heard about warming oceans and things like that, it's not due to underground cables, but is due to many other factors that are climate related, as you all know. So we can no longer deny that our burning of fossil fuels is the major cause of extreme weather and warming oceans that are happening all around us. Since no energy source yet has been developed, it comes without costs. We need to mitigate the detriments with a strong community agreement. I believe the town can best do this by listening as you are, taking everything into consideration, but then moving forward with a host community agreement that does the best that we can at this time to protect and preserve all that we can, given how far down the road of climate change we're already on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ellen Nozzle. Ellen, you have 3 minutes. You may unmute.
Hello, good evening. I'm Ellen Nozzle of Centerville. I wish to address 2 items on tonight's agenda. In regard to item number 11, I live on a private road, so I am told, off of Old Stage Road. When a failed storm drain caused flooding in our driveway, we were told that because we live on a private road, the town wouldn't pay for it to be replaced. We have to get the neighbors to pitch in on that. That would be above and beyond the same amount of taxes that the folks on Old Stage pay, and they would probably get a new storm drain. Because we were due for a new driveway, we paid $12,000 to include extensive drainage to address the problem that originates in the road. I think folks are looking for equity and fairness for the roads they live on in Barnstable, regardless of where they are. In item number 10 of tonight's agenda, the council will address 4 resolutions regarding the proposed New England Wind 2 project. If the council votes to accept items 1, 2, and 3, it will effectively disinvite any access to the town of Barnstable for the New England Wind 2 project. In doing so, it would be unnecessary, obviously, and ill-advised to vote to negotiate a host community agreement with Avangrid. I only wish there were a 5th option to disallow any future offshore wind projects that wish to target Barnstable. It has been said, Vineyard Wind, lessons learned. This is the time to show that we really have learned our lessons. When I met Governor Healy outside Four Seas Ice Cream in the summer, she said, we all have to do our part. I might have asked her what part her hometown of Arlington is playing in the clean energy initiatives. Barnstable has more than done our part. I only wish that, like Provincetown, there had been a question on our ballot asking about offshore wind. That would have served to confirm what the town should already know. Most residents do not want offshore wind projects in Barnstable for many reasons. The most important reasons should be considered to have permanent effects with irreversible and irrevocable consequences, and we all know what those are. One that might not have been considered is the loss of income for local businesses from which they may not recover. Thank you very much for your time and for your service to our town.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jane Ward. Jane, you have 3 minutes. You may unmute.
Thank you very much. I'm Jane Ward from Centerville. I was with you at the beginning of the meeting this evening and rejoining on Zoom. I just wanted to comment in support of what Dr. Pete Sampu mentioned regarding the wind. I've listened to him talk at earlier meetings of the Conservation Commission, and I've listened to other oceanography and marine biology comments on the wind relative to the safety of the marine environment. And every one of the presentations has mentioned that the impact of climate change on the oceans is a much bigger danger to ocean life than the wind. I do believe, first of all, that conservation of energy is the number one path we should take, but our society seems to have an insatiable appetite for more and more power. In terms of listening to all sides and maybe getting a better idea of a survey of local opinions, I'm very much in favor of working with the group from MIT that discussed their offer at the last town council meeting to be a third-party listener, listening to concerns of all sides and possibly moderating some further discussions on this very important issue. So my final comment is just to voice my support, my strong support in going ahead with scheduling their help for our further discussions. And that's all I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Martina Lorette. Martina, you have 3 minutes. You may unmute.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Martina Lorette, and I have been a resident and homeowner in Osterville for 22 years. As a resident, parent of 2 boys, and a healthcare worker, I have been increasingly concerned about Avangrid's project for some time, but recent fiberglass pollution caused by broken wind turbine blades has sounded even more alarm. I have great concerns as these turbines are already falling apart before they became fully functional. I am also concerned about the unknown health risks to Cape Cod residents from buried high voltage cables, as well as the risk of leakage of dielectric fluid at cooling stations that if leaked into our ground would pose irreversible damage to Cape Cod aquifer. And therefore to our drinking water. I also question the long-term effects of the turbines in the ocean and wonder what is the underlined true decommission plan for when they stop working in years and decades from now. In conclusion, I am not in favor of this project altogether. And I ask the town of Barnstable and you, our council, to put health and safety of our citizens and residents before corporate interests. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Our last speaker on Zoom is Grove Harris. Grove, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Grove Harris. I am a homeowner in West Hyannisport, and I want to say that this town already has a professional relationship with Iberdrola and their subsidiary of local offshore wind projects, and I have every hope that the Covell Beach project will start to show us the kinds of impacts that we really want, which is increased energy, and we need that. We are in a climate emergency, and I think we've committed to trying to do things to keep our oceans safe and keeping the climate change impacts lower. That doesn't mean we need to proceed full guns ahead with more, but I think a pause on any future development would make sense. And I agree with Jane that public input and a process that would help us feel more involved around sightings makes a lot of sense. Iberdrola recently they sent out a newsletter and they basically said that coal was the king of a century, and then fossil fuels was king of a century, and now electricity is going to be king of this century. I think as a community, we need to try and keep down that exuberance of corporate development because environment is a key concern for all of us. And as a town, I think we can be positioned to make that very clear, that we are looking for a balanced, conservative way forward. And they are an industrial leader, and we need all the resources that we have to deal with them as an equal partnership, but not based on our fears, but based on a joint mission around doing what we need to do to face this climate emergency. So I hope all our town council members will develop the working relationship with them that we already have because we have projects in place. If you want to consider delaying till we see what happens, that'd be fantastic. And at a later point, let's talk about PFAS and potentially banning any products that have PFAS coming into our town, because we just can't handle that anymore. It can't be going into our waters. It can't be going into our sewage. PFAS is just a nightmare, and we can exhibit some leadership on that too. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Okay, anyone else in the room before we close public comment? Okay, we're going to move on to council response to public comment. Anyone on my right? Councilor Ledke.
Yeah, I'll hold some of my comments when we get to the item about the wind farm. But right off the bat, Paul Smith, thank you so much. PFAS testing is something I've been championing for 2 years, and I think you're entirely accurate. We can't just rest on what Silent Spring did. We need to continue because we didn't get everybody. And you're right, there's people out there at risk. And another person mentioned, I think it was Patricia Conway, about the high rates of cancer. It's undeniable. So I would like to follow up on your suggestion and see what we can do. I think we could do better and let our citizens know that there are hazards out there. A lot of us up here have quite elevated levels of PFAS because we did live in Hyannis during the time that we had quite a bit of exposure. So thank you so much for bringing that forward. And I know Grove just mentioned that on her piece at the end. Heather Swenson, thank you. You can't say it enough what you said. We do represent you. I firmly believe that. And outreach is important. And I'll kind of tie what you said to several speakers said, well, like Adam, we don't want to hear from him again. I love hearing from Adam. And I love hearing from all of you because that speaks to what Heather says. If we don't hear from you, we don't know what you think. I love public comment. And thank you, Heather. It's such a good reminder, and we all ought to be aware of it and think of it constantly, that we do represent our citizens. And I think Grove and Jane at the end had some very good suggestions in terms of proceeding in a way that's maybe a little bit more organized and more thoughtful. I don't think we've been too organized and thoughtful. We've kind of been run by Avangrid and their false schedule. Everything's always rushing with Avangrid. Well, now they're rushing their blades back to France or over to France. I mean, you know, they're rush until, well, you can't rush because we had a major failure. So maybe if we hadn't rushed so much, you know, we might be in a better position. So I'm all for a slow and methodical way forward here to discuss this. This is absurd the way we've been pushed and rushed and allowed ourselves to be pushed and rushed. Again, some really good comments from everybody. And Roberta, you touched on it. And if anybody, is into financial, you're exactly right. It's AI. I mean, AI is everything. And you hear all these, 3 Mile Island, the part of it that didn't melt is coming back online. People are going to nuclear now because AI is insatiable. And I think Jane said that too. We'd love to all see conservation. But lacking that, we've got to satisfy our needs. So I even saw in the Senate bill 2967 that the Senate's working on. Did you see? Everyone read in the Cape Cod Times today? Now the governor has kind of made a compromise with Connecticut. Connecticut, please buy some wind power from us, and we'll buy some nuclear power from you. That's our governor, buy nuclear power from Connecticut. So, let's just think about what we're doing here, in terms of people. Well, and again, I'll talk more about it, but the industrialization aspect. And, Pete Sampu, always appreciate your words as well. There's a place for that. But I think there's other things that I think emotion has a place in this. I think character counts, a special place counts. So there's other things that have to be considered. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on my right? On my left? Councilor Neary.
Thank you, Vice President Tamish, and thank you all that have spoke today, this evening. I just wanted to, follow up with a little shout out to Dr. Steve Waller. Boy, when you heard that involvement that he's had over the years, it's truly humbling, truly humbling, and he's still involved with the town. And I think for everyone who comes here, whether it be wind, whether it be health, water, PFAS, school department, which is coming up. Thank you for being involved, and also thank you for seeing it to the end of the game, let's put it that way, right? Because you can stop playing, but then you may lose the game, right? So you push to the end. So I appreciate all the comments, but again, I'm just humbled by Dr. Waller and his wife Jane as well. I just thought I'd be remiss not to mention that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll make a quick.
Councilor Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And again, thank you for everyone coming tonight. We do have a lot of important things on our agenda, so your input is always welcome. Wanted to shout out to Pete to show us the connection that some of our decisions later on in the agenda are impacted with some of the decisions earlier on the agenda. So it's great to see that connection. And I just wanted to make a comment to Ms. Campos. I know that you spoke with Rep. Zaros after your public comment. If you haven't had any connection to Independence House, I please would recommend reaching out to them for all of the services they might provide you in this challenging time. Thank you.
Any other comment from councilors? No? Okay. Moving on, it's my pleasure to invite the Barnstable School Committee up for a joint meeting and presentation by our Finance Department, Mark Milne and Gareth Mackwell, for an update on the town of Barnstable's financial condition. Right here. You too, Lynn. I guess you have to call your meeting and all that. Use that one? Okay.
Is yours going on? Go ahead.
Thank you. I will now call the school committee meeting, the open school committee meeting to order and take a roll call attendance. Jen Cullum.
Here.
And Andre King.
Here.
Peter Good.
Here.
Mike Judge is absent. And Kathy Bent here. Thank you for having us.
Okay, and thank you for coming. At this point, I would like to turn the meeting over to Mark Milne, our Director of Finance, for an update.
Thank you, and good to see you all this evening. It's nice to be here in person. As required by our charter, of course, we have this meeting every year to review our financial condition. And so I'd like to jump right into that and provide you an update. I'd like to start with what I call our financial report cards. The first one being our annual financial audit, which we're required to have under our charter as well as bond covenants. And in that audit report, we received an unqualified audit opinion or a clean opinion, the best opinion you want to get. All of our financial statements are in compliance with generally accepted accounting principles. In addition, we are subject to a federal single audit every year because of the amount of federal aid that we receive, most of that being in the school department, airport, water, and sewer enterprise funds. And there were no findings or questioned costs in any of those federal award programs. Our assets exceeded our liabilities by $420 million, which was an increase of $60 million from the previous year. A lot of that, most of that is our infrastructure. Our governmental type funds reported a total fund balances of $192 million, and that was an increase of $33 million from the previous year. Our general fund balance equals 38% of general fund expenditures, which is an increase of 4%. So everything's trending in a positive direction, which is good. And we're currently under our audit this year. The auditors were here this week wrapping up their field work, and we expect to have our June 30th, 2024 audit completed by the end of December. Our second report card is our bond rating. Every year, we're going out into the market to issue a general obligation bond to fund some of our capital projects, and we have to have a credit rating assigned to that bond. And we use Standard & Poor's as our credit rating agency. And in June of 2024, we issued our latest bond and received a AAA bond rating once again with a stable outlook from Standard & Poor. They cited a very strong economy and tax base here in Barnstable, a strong institutional framework that we operate within, a history of strong financial performance, and a history of maintenance of very strong reserves. And what they consider, we have a manageable debt burden with those pension and OPEB liabilities, and we put policies in place or funding schedules in place to pay down those unfunded liabilities, which reflects positively in their credit rating. And finally, social and governance risks, which is a new category that they're evaluating communities on. And that's more like they're evaluating how we're responding to coastal resiliency and things like that. And that's part of their credit rating now, and their analysis of how we're addressing it is neutral within that analysis, meaning that we're not getting dinged for any avoidance of dealing with coastal resiliency. And you have a project on your agenda tonight that shows that we are dealing with this. So good report cards from both our auditors and our credit rating agencies. So now I'd like to move into our budget performance and a review of our reserves. In fiscal year 2024, this table shows how every appropriated fund ended up in comparison to their budget, what their actual results were. Of course, we have a general fund and 9 enterprise funds that require appropriation every year. The general fund being our largest fund, of course, and as this table illustrates, they generated over a $12 million favorable budget variance. We had budgeted to use $8.2 million of reserves to balance that budget, but we generated $4.4 million, so it was a positive $12.6 million variance. And of course, all of our enterprise funds also have positive budget variances for fiscal year 2024. So we continue to have those strong budget surpluses every year. Here's our certified free cash as of July 1st. 2023 and 2024, as you can see, 5 of our enterprise operations all had a growth in their free cash. A couple of enterprise funds had a small reduction, and most of that's as a result of using some of that for capital program purposes. Our sewer enterprise fund had a $5 million reduction in its free cash, but that's a timing difference. Because with the sewer expansion that we're doing, we have to expend those monies up front, gather all the paperwork, submit it to the Mass Clean Water Trust to get reimbursement, and essentially, we just waiting for some outstanding reimbursements from the Mass Clean Water Trust. Once we receive those, their free cash is more like $11 million like it was the previous year. So it's just a timing issue in that fund. In the general fund, we saw a reduction of $1.8 million in our free cash certification, and that's due to us using those general fund reserves to balance our FY25 capital and operating budgets. But still, almost $31 million of general fund reserves, the highest reserve levels we've seen in our history. This chart illustrates what the free cash is as a percentage of the FY25 operating budget for that general fund and those enterprise funds. We like to see our enterprise funds at about 50% or more. Most of them are there, with the exception of solid waste, which is very close. And of course, the HYCC, which, due to the nature of its operation, it'll never have 50% of its reserves in cash, free cash. And then our general fund is at 15%, which is well above what the council's reserve policy is of 4%. So very strong general fund reserve. And credit rating agencies and government finance officers, those organizations recommend anywhere between 8 to 16%. Our reserve policy is 4%. So we're more in the upper end of the range of what's recommended, which is good. Thinking about those reserves, traditionally we use them as a tool for one-time expenses, startup funding for new services, which subsequently a fee might be generated to fund that service, but we'll use it for a startup funding. Some rate stabilization, like we often do with our enterprise funds. We use some of it to maintain rate increases, to try to keep the rate increases down a little bit, and to pay future liabilities, right? We accumulate assets to try to address future liabilities, and some short-term service stabilization when needed. So that's the traditional thinking around reserves, but we're trying to incorporate more risk management thinking around the use of these reserves. And so those being things like cash flow risks. Right? We issue quarterly tax bills, but we have weekly bill warrants that we have to pay. And so you want to maintain a certain amount of reserves in order to keep your cash flow healthy. You have revenue instability from time to time during economic retractions. And so these reserves can provide you a softer landing during those periods of time where your revenues start contracting. You have uninsured events from time to time, and so you need reserves to provide you insurance against those events. And we're always looking at opportunities to increase various assets or self-insure ourselves for various assets and activities to avoid the extraordinary costs that we're seeing in premium increases on our insurance policies. And with the latest hurricanes that just came through down in Florida and North Carolina and the devastation that they've caused, that will be reflected in all of our insurance policies eventually because of the payouts that the insurance companies are going to have to make. And so that'll affect everybody. So more and more, even on an individual basis, people are looking to self-insure themselves for certain types of assets or activities. And we do the same thing. For fiscal year 25, here are the reserves that we use to balance those operating budgets. Again, the general fund, we use $12 million of reserves to balance those operating and capital budgets. That's why we're down a couple of $1 million from the previous year's certification. $5.8 million for capital, $6.3 for operations, and then a little bit of reserves for all of the other enterprise funds, either for the capital budget or the operating budget. Some of the other notable reserves we have in the town's treasury right now are the Capital Trust Stabilization Fund, which we use for our general fund capital program. We have that sewer construction and private way fund that we're using to fund the comprehensive wastewater management plan and for certain private ways. We have a comprehensive water management stabilization fund with $7.6 million in it, and that's dedicated to sewer and water capital management. We have a water supply stabilization fund that's dedicated for water capital and rate stabilization in our water enterprise fund. And we have the Community Preservation Fund, which has currently just over $11 million of undesignated funds for any one of those program areas that money is restricted for. And we're up to over $11 million in the assets that we've accumulated to address our other post-employment benefit liability. We continue to grow the contribution every year to fund that liability, and so we're over $11 million now after several years of investing in that trust fund. And then we're self-insured, like I was just talking about, certain programs. We self-insure ourselves for workers' compensation. And we have over $4.7 million in that trust fund to protect us against any workers' compensation claims. So now we'll move into a review of our general fund revenue. We'll start by talking a little bit about assessed valuations. We've seen extraordinary increases in assessed valuations, and as this chart illustrates, mostly in the residential area. Post-COVID, fiscal year 21, 22, 3, 4, real estate values, residential real estate values have skyrocketed, and it's not just Barnstable. It's all over the Cape, it's all over Massachusetts, it's all over the country. So that doesn't mean we have more money to spend just because assessed values go up. And you'll see in a couple of slides that what it really does is it drives tax rates down. But Proposition 2.5 addresses or controls what we can raise in property taxes every year. It's not our assessed values. Here's a history of those tax rates. You can see they just keep going down because our assessed values keep going up. Our tax levy maintains a very steady increase under Proposition 2.5, but because of these extraordinary increases in assessed values, our tax rate continues to decline, and we're projecting it to decline slightly again, not as much as we've seen recently, but it will likely go down again for fiscal year 25 when we set the tax rate. We'll be back at your next council meeting to provide you an update on that. This chart illustrates the percentage increase in the tax levy, assessed values, and the tax rate over the past 10 years. You can see that blue line, that's your tax levy. It goes up about 3.6% a year with new growth. So you get 2.5% increase to the base plus new growth every year. So it's about 3.6% a year. But look at the assessed value, the percentage change in assessed values. It's gone up significantly. And so what that does is drops your tax rate. Another thing that assessed value increase does for a community is it creates override capacity for your community. You can see our tax levy here demonstrated or illustrated in the blue box shows that it's gone up from $111 million back in FY16 to $150 million for fiscal year 2025. But our override capacity has gone up significantly as well because the property values have gone up so much. And a community can tax up to 2.5% of its equalized valuation. And right now, we have $469 million of excess capacity that could be tapped into, but only with voter approval. That's the key about that. So, it's a strong position to be in if you had to go out to request a tax override. You have the capability of doing so. Some communities in Massachusetts are right up against that. You look at their tax rates; they're over $20 per thousand. You get up to 25, and you're capped. You can't do anything more. Our new property growth has been strong over the past few years, as this chart illustrates. We've been over $1 million a year consistently for the past 10 years. We're projecting about $1.7 million for fiscal year 25. We've submitted this to the Department of Revenue. We're waiting to hear back from them for their approval. But we're continuing to see some new development around town. And it's been strong for the past few years. Here's our top 10 taxpayers. We have a new one that entered this group in fiscal year 24, which was Vineyard Wind, a new public utility. They're the number 4 taxpayer in the town of Barnstable in FY24. Their valuation is expected to grow almost double to $115 million for fiscal year 25, which will put them as the 3rd largest taxpayer in the town of Barnstable. This is a chart illustrates the trend in our state aid. We've tripled our state aid, pretty much, almost tripled, from $10 million to $30 million. And most of that's been in Chapter 78. We had 2 extraordinary years in 23 and 24 where our Chapter 78 was doubled, pretty much, from what it used to be 10 years ago. So, but we're not projecting growth like that anymore in Chapter 78, and FY '25 illustrates that. We received minimum aid for FY '25. We're expecting that's probably where we're going to be going forward for Chapter 78 for education in the outer years. So, but you can see we've almost tripled our overall our state aid over the past 10 years, which is a good thing for us. We needed it. Our local receipt trend has also been strong. As you can see here, 22, 23, 24, post-COVID. We had very strong local receipt growth, most of it being in motor vehicle excise and investment income, as illustrated by the light blue bars and the orange bars just above it here. In fiscal year 24, we almost collected $10 million of motor vehicle excise tax revenue, the highest we've ever had. People are still buying cars. It's extraordinary how the new cars that everybody buys. They're extending the loans to 8 years now, which is unbelievable, but it's still a strong vehicle market out there. And our investment income, thanks to the fantastic work that our town treasurer, Sean O'Brien, has done, he has kept our cash invested, safe from any principal reduction. He has kept it liquid enough for us to meet our regular weekly obligations, and he's earned some extraordinary returns this past year, over $4.5 million of investment income just in the general fund alone, a few $1 million more for the enterprise and trust funds. So he has done a fantastic job since he's joined us a little over a year ago. But you can see in FY '25, we actually set a budget using about $6 million less than what we took in FY '24. Puts us in a really good position for building the budget for fiscal year '26, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes. We did increase our revenue estimates in fiscal year '25 as a result of these FY '24 revenues. We took about half of that growth. I think we used about $4 million of growth in our local receipt estimates for fiscal year '25 to set the budget, but we still got another $6 million that we can tap into if our local receipt revenue continues to perform as well as it did in fiscal year '24. There will come a time when it'll go in the other direction, especially during recessionary times. They tend to drop, as you can see in 2020 and 2021, which was more specific to the pandemic, not a recession, but they will shrink from time to time. I've experienced, working here, $1.5 million reduction in our motor vehicle excise tax in 1 year, which was very painful the year that happened. And I've seen many years in a row, where we've only collected $500,000 of investment income, not like $4.5 million that we just got. Because remember, interest rates were almost zero, and you couldn't earn anything. And but they're closer to 5%, 4.5%, 5% now in many investments that we have that are safe investments. But we're going to see some reduction in those, right? As the Feds start cutting the interest rate, that affects what we can earn on our investments, and so we'll see a little reduction in our investment income going forward, most likely, if they keep cutting that rate. A couple other indicators of how the local economy is doing here. I have a couple slides here for meals and rooms taxes. They show you, kind of gives you an indication of what's happening with our local economy because they're heavily driven by the tourism industry. And so you can see fiscal year '21 here, we saw that dip, all related to COVID, but it bounced right back in '22, and it continued to grow in FY '23 and '24, and we're projecting it to grow slightly in fiscal year '25. Same thing with the rooms tax revenue. You can see on traditional lodging here, and in fiscal year '21, it took a significant decline due to the pandemic, but look how it bounced back in 22 and '23. But then we saw a little reduction in '24 in traditional lodging rooms taxes. But look what happened with vacation rentals. It was more than offset by what we took in on vacation rentals, where we've seen some strong growth, and we're projecting that FY '25 will be similar to what we took in FY '24 for both traditional lodging and vacation lodging, right? Vacation rentals. Next, I'm going to move into some of the general fund expenditure drivers that we have. We're a service industry, right? We provide services to the community, and most of those services are provided by people. And so in our general fund budget, we have about $110 million of salaries across all departments. And so every 1% increase in those salaries results in about a $1.1 million increase in the operating budget. Now, we have collective bargaining agreements all in place, negotiated with the municipal unions through 2026, and we have all but one school collecting bargaining agreement negotiated through FY27. The other major driver associated with, and the general fund associated with those people are the employee benefits that we provide, okay? We belong to the Barnstable County Retirement System, except for teachers. Teachers belong to the Mass Teachers Retirement System, and the state pays for the pension system for teachers. But everybody else belongs to the Barnstable County Retirement System, and the pension assessment's a big bill that we receive every year. The actuaries determined that every year they provide Barnstable County Retirement System with the number that they need to fund that system on an annual basis in order to pay down that unfunded liability, and FY25 was $89 million. Barnstable represents about 14.7% of that system, and so our town share was about $12.6 million. The funding schedule to fully pay off this pension liability is shows that it needs to increase that annual required contribution by 5.8% a year. And so we're being at 14.7%. If that percentage of our participation rate stays at about 14.7%, we can expect to see about a 5.86% increase in our pension assessment every year, which has averaged about $508,000 a year over the past 10 years, or a little less than that, because one thing that can affect the pension assessment is the county's performance on their assets and their pension assets. So 23 was a really good year for the market. So I would expect that'll be used for FY26's assessment, actually. Or FY24 will be used for FY26. And it was a good year in 24 for the market so far, but that might help drive that percentage increase down a little bit if they have good investment performance. For health insurance, our budget is $13.8 million. For active and retired employees, we have now changed that contribution rate for active employees to a 70-30 share. We're still at a 50-50 share for retirees. So every 1% increase in the rates can add about another $145,000 to the budget. And the rate increases that we saw for fiscal year 25, which come from the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group, were 8%. It was the largest percentage increase we've seen in years. We had a few years where we saw 0% increases, and they were doing premium holidays because during the pandemic, access to health services were limited. There were no elective surgeries being performed, for example. And so we didn't experience the health group itself, which is the second largest regional health group in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, behind the GIC, had experienced some reductions in their health insurance costs that they were experiencing. So they were able to pass on that savings in the form of 0% increases in health insurance. But it's a big number every year, $13.8 million right now. The other driver is our capital program. You're all familiar with, what was submitted last year, almost $900 million in total capital projects for the next 5 years. We don't have the resources to fully implement almost $1 billion of capital improvements over the next 5 years, and so we have to go through an exercise every year and prioritize what we're going to do. The general fund's $263 million alone, but the CWMP is by far the largest area of our capital program. But that is a budget driver. I mean, we have to make decisions every year as to how many resources are we going to allocate between the operating side of the budget and the capital side of the budget, because there are a lot of capital needs. And so we've tried to grow the contribution to the capital program every year. For fiscal year 25, it's up to $16.2 million, that contribution to the capital side of the program. It used to be $1.9 million when I started here, and it's up to $16.2 million a year now. We increase that every year by 2.5%, and on top of that, we're allocating an additional $750,000 from new growth, because we're seeing strong new growth, through fiscal year 27, if we can continue to see that strong new growth. Again, the acceleration of that capital program and the CWMP really results in upwards pressure on the operating side of the budget. And in addition, the school department recently had a facility study conducted last year, and well over $100 million of identified needs were included in that report. So that's going to add some upwards pressure to the capital side of the budget as well. This is the current projected capital program investment from the general fund going out to fiscal year 30. Again, you can see back in 14, I only went back as far as 14, but we were contributing about $10 million to the capital side of the budget. Now, like I said, we're up to 16 million, and we're projecting to be about $20 million a year by fiscal year 30. And the green line here illustrates what a percentage of the tax levy that is. We were at about 10.4% of the tax levy was being dedicated to the capital side of the budget. We're trying to build that, and we're projecting to have it up to about 11.4% by fiscal year 30. So it's a balancing act. There's a lot of needs on the operating side of the budget, on the capital side of the budget, but we don't want to ignore the capital side of the budget. It's very important, so we're trying to grow some additional resources to put towards that side of our budget. Of course, how do we finance all of this stuff? A lot of this gets financed through those general obligation bonds, and this chart illustrates the interest rates that we've earned or been awarded on the bond issuances over the past 20 years almost. You can see they were close to 1% for a couple of these years. We were borrowing money. We weren't earning anything on it either, but we were borrowing it very cheaply as well, which allowed us to expand our capital program a little bit because you can stretch our dollars out. But as you can see, 22, 23, 24, they're back up. They're going back up. And you see it in mortgage rates today that people are buying. So it affects us the same way. And so what's that do? It limits your purchasing power, right? You may have been able to afford a $500,000 home, but now you can only afford maybe $350,000 based on the increasing mortgage rates. We're in the same works the same for us. Maybe we can do $20 million in a new borrowing authorization with 1% interest rates, but we're down to $15 million as we see these interest rates grow. I wanted to include this slide because it's important as we build out the sewer program. We're authorizing a lot of additional borrowing under that program. Most of that's being done through the Mass Clean Water Trust, where we still get 1.5% interest rates. But as FY24 shows, the outstanding debt in the blue box, as well as the orange box representing the authorized and unissued debt, we're close to $400 million in total between outstanding debt and authorized and unissued debt. Why is that important? Because there are debt limits. Municipalities under Massachusetts law, you can only borrow up to 5% of your equalized valuation, and that's represented here by the orange line. So that's about $1.2 billion. We can have at any point in time about $1.2 billion outstanding in debt. Our administrative code, however, cuts that in half and puts it at 2.5%. And so under our administrative code, our borrowing is capped at about a little more than $500 million. And so we're going to start getting closer and closer to that as we authorize more large projects under the CWMP and other programs as well, not just the CWMP. And so why is that important? Well, we may have to look at the administrative code in the near future, in the next year or two, and ask the council to remove that cap and let it follow the state law like every other community. I don't know why we have this artificially lower number in the administrative code. Actually, I think I do remember why it was, because it used to be 2.5%. It used to be agree with the state law, but then the state removed that 2.5% and bumped it up to 5%. And so we should just make it consistent with the state law. So we'll probably be bringing that forward for your consideration in the future sometime within the next couple of years. Finally, the fiscal year 26 preliminary general fund budget projection. This is the fiscal policy we've been working with, the main fiscal policy, and we'll continue to work with this fiscal year 26 in developing the next budget. Our administrative code says that the budget must be constructed within the limitations of Proposition 2.5. So we're working with that, and any remaining new revenue growth after funding for fixed cost increases are going to be shared between school operations and municipal operations on a 60-40 basis. The fixed costs for funding the capital program, which consists of that 2.5% base increase and additional $750,000. That capital program is inside that fixed cost area of the budget. We do construct budgets using general fund savings, or our free cash is the term you often hear. We do allow budgets to be developed with the assumption that we'll use some of that free cash to balance those budgets, but it's subject to the town council's appropriation, of course. And then any general fund surplus that we generate or unspent appropriations that we have at the end of the year, they generate free cash. And we credit that back to what we call the municipal and school savings accounts, which can then be accessed to balance those operating budgets, again, subject to town council approval. And we always have to keep in mind that we have that 4% general fund operating budget reserve, and we have to set that aside in a reserve fund, and that's only to be used in extraordinary events. The current allocation of that $31 million of free cash that we have is about $11.1 million for the municipal savings, $11.13 million for the school savings, and $8.5 million in that town council reserve. Here's our general fund revenue growth for fiscal year 26. Again, you can see the property tax is 3.7%. That's more than 2.5%, again, because we're projecting strong new growth again. These are about $1.25 million we're using for a new growth estimate in fiscal year 26. So it's up to 3.7% increase. And then you look at other taxes, charges for services, fines and penalties, other revenue, that's where our investment income is. We're significantly increasing those based on what we saw happen in fiscal year 24. We'll monitor this through fiscal year 25 to make sure we can continue to project increases like this, but because of that $6 million gap that I mentioned earlier between what we used in fiscal year 25 and what we actually took in fiscal year 24, we're taking advantage of that here in order to balance our FY26 budget. And as a result, what it does is the very last line here transfers in. That includes the use of our free cash to balance the operating budget. We're taking $3 million. We used $6 million to balance the FY25 operating budget. We're reducing that to $3 million for fiscal year 26, getting ourselves off of those reserves, because you really, it's a balancing game. You don't want to rely on reserves every single year because they can run out. You want to get your recurring operating costs on equal to your recurring revenues that come in. So we're reducing our dependence on reserves with this budget, which is a good thing. So our fixed costs are projected to increase $3.3 million, most of that being in the employee benefits area and that other fixed cost, which is where the capital program is. That leaves us with about $4.9 million to allocate to municipal and school operating budgets, and that's about 1.9 for municipal budgets and 2.9 for school budgets. So that's our projection right now. We'll keep monitoring this as state aid numbers come in and local receipts are monitored, and how they come in, we'll make adjustments to those as we get better information. This last slide provides you a history of the percentage budget increases, both for the municipal side, school side, and fixed cost areas of the budget. You can see we've had some very strong increases in the last 3 years, in 23, 24, and 25, as a result of our growing revenues and state aid and local receipts. We've been able to increase the percentage of the operating budget increase for each respective area, the highest we've seen in years. But we're back to normal, I think, with fiscal year 26. Okay, as the previous slide just showed, we're looking at about a 3.8% for the municipal operations, 4.6 for fixed cost, and 3.3 for schools, and that gets us closer to where we are on average over the past 10 years, 3.69 overall. So we're back to kind of what we've averaged over the past 10 years. So, and that concludes my comments. I just want to make one final comment, is that we are in a strong financial position, but we have a lot of needs, and it doesn't mean we have a lot more money to spend. We're restricted as to how much money we have. We don't have unlimited growth, but what it really means is that what we do have is managed very well, and that's not due to any one individual, but it's due to everybody, from elected officials right on down to department heads and to staff. who are responsible for overseeing and spending this money. So it's a collective effort for the community, and you all should be proud of that. So I'm glad to take any questions.
Mark, I'd like to echo that I think we should be proud of the financial condition that we were in. I think if you compare us to a lot of other towns, it's all the more remarkable. Thank you. A lot, as Councilor Clark said, a lot of it due to you and your staff, obviously.
Thank you.
Kathy, do you want to?
Thank you. It's very easy to follow presentation, and I had taken a look at it before you explained, and I appreciate all that you've done, especially to help the school department. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark, a couple quick questions. You said Chapter 78. Why do you feel it won't increase significantly? I mean, I think they got $2 billion in the millionaire's tax, which I'm sure they're going to send all back to the towns.
Yeah, that doesn't, that the millionaire's tax, they do not allocate any of that to Chapter 70.
Okay.
It's for education, yes, but not in the Chapter 70 category. It's higher education, it's targeted grants, things like that, but it doesn't follow the Chapter 70 funding. And transportation and is also another area that they dedicate that money to. So it's targeted.
And vacation rentals, Airbnbs and weekly rentals, any idea how many Airbnbs there are?
It's a difficult number to obtain because all we can get from the Department of Revenue are those that register through the Mass Tax Connect program, right? Okay. So you can register once. You may decide to rent your house out for a week. You go and you do your responsible thing and you register through Mass Tax Connect, but then you stop. You never rent it, or you just rent it for that 1 week. You hang out in their system forever unless you call them and ask you to be removed from their system. And so we have this database that shows, I think over 1,000 properties listed in that, but they're not all active. Okay. They're not all active.
All right. One last question. Our pension assessment, at what point will that be fully funded, and where are we on our scale?
Yeah, so, well, Barnstable County's pension system is fully funded by 2037. So we have a few more years to get there, but yeah, that liability will be paid off by in less than 10 years, almost 10, 11 years. Okay. So that was a 30-year amortization, so we're down to the last third of it.
Very good. Yep. Any questions to my left? Councilor Schnepp? Councilor Neary?
Thank you, Mike, as always. Two quick ones. When do we get the $5 million? When does that usually come, in the first quarter, or for sewer assessment?
For the sewer assessment?
The enterprise fund, we're waiting on $5 million.
Oh, actually, we've received almost the entire $5 million as of 2 weeks ago, I think.
Nice.
So I think we got it by the end of September.
Great. Yeah. All right. And the second one, I was just curious, just in fines and penalties, there's a jump. I was just curious, it was like $1 million jump.
Yeah, again, hats off to Sean O'Brien. He contacted Brown Associates out of Boston, which is a legal outfit, and they specialize in helping communities collect back taxes. And so they have been helping Sean by basically, you send a letter on a trial and treasurer's letterhead versus a letter from a lawyer, you get a better response. And so we've gotten a lot of good response on outstanding tax accounts and tax title. So we've had several big accounts come in and pay off. And we've got a few more people on payment plans. You're welcome.
Okay. Councilor Schnepp?
Thank you, Vice President, and thank you, Councilor Neary, for asking that question, because it really jumped out, fines and penalties. The other question I had was, you're showing a very favorable variance on our general fund surplus. I know we've had previous discussions here at the council about some of the origins of that surplus, vacancies that have gone unfulfilled, and but you've also pointed out that we've had higher investment income. So what do you attribute to most of that variance this year?
Yeah, so what contributed to it, and when we closed out fiscal year '24, was mostly the local receipts, motor vehicle excise tax and investment income. Those are the two biggest factors. I think we used $8 million to balance the budget in '24, motor vehicle excise tax, and we took in almost $10 million. So there's $2 million right there. $500,000 for investment income. We took in $4.5 million. So there's $4 million there. Those are the two biggest contributors. I think we turned appropriations overall with just over $1 million across all departments, and most of that being Department of Public Works. They have the largest number of vacancies in their positions out of any department, and so they return, a lot of that gets returned in the form of unspent salary. And that's even after coming back and asking the council to transfer some of that for some specific needs, one-time expenses that we did last year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you very much, Vice President Tamish. Thank you very much, Mark, for your comprehensive and very thorough overview of our finances. On page 9, when you refer to rethinking reserves, under new thinking, you have a reference to uninsured events. What would that be?
Yeah. Sometimes we have an event that we don't have any insurance for. First thing that comes to mind is a natural disaster, right? You need some operating capital to help you deal with the expenditures you're going to incur right off the bat in an event like that. Now, oftentimes, FEMA will come in and help the community out on the back end, but we got to have the cash in the treasury right up front to pay for this stuff. It took us 3.5 years to get reimbursed from FEMA for COVID. I mean, it was a long time. Yeah. Without interest, yeah.
Councilor Ledke.
Thank you, Mark. I have a question about new growth. If you could generally define that for me. You said next year we're looking at, what, 1.25 million? How do you project that, and how do you define it?
Yeah, so it's new property growth is new development, okay? Any new construction. So if somebody takes a vacant piece of land and puts a home on it, that's new growth. If somebody tears off a deck off the back of their house and replaces it with a new deck, that's not new growth. You replace your roof, that's not new growth. But if you put an addition on your house, you added a garage, for example, that's new growth. So it's any expansion of a dwelling or a new dwelling on a vacant piece of land. It's also a lot of the new growth that we're seeing is in the form of personal property, utility company growth, Eversource, Natural Grid, Vineyard Wind, though that's all personal property, not real estate taxes. And as that infrastructure, they make investments in that infrastructure every year, National Grid, Eversource, that gets added to new growth as they make those investments, as well as the infrastructure that Vineyard Wind built out on land in the town of Barnstable. That's all subject to personal property taxes. So that's new growth. It didn't exist before. It's any new development that occurs on our land.
And if you can characterize it, has it normally been housing, residents? Has that been the preponderance of our new growth, or is it a mixed bag?
It's mostly in the area of residential housing, whether it be, the Everly you see out on Independence Road, the apartment housing that's in the pipeline down here on Main Street. All of that is new growth. Yep.
Would Vineyard Wind be considered new growth?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. That was a big contributor for the past 2 years to our new growth, and because, $115 million of assessed valuation, it's going to generate about $600,000 in new growth tax revenue.
Jen.
Hi, nice to see you.
See you.
Just a quick question, and just to make sure I'm still accurate with it, are we still looking at about $1 million to level fund, $11 million in new growth to level fund what we have? I think that's a really important point, that we need new growth every single year in order to maintain our services.
Yeah. It's actually a great question, because that used to be the number. We're reevaluating that. It's a little higher now. It's going to be because employee benefits are up, new collective bargaining agreements are in place, and all of that in our capital program investment that we're trying to make, all of that contributes to a little bit more now, but we're analyzing what that is, but it's going to be more than $1 million to maintain level services.
And that's why new growth is important, right? Yeah.
Anyone else? Kathy?
No.
Anything?
Any questions from other school committee members? No? Okay. No, we have none. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Great job.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you can make
So
a
we
motion.
need to take a vote to adjourn the school committee meeting. This would be a roll call vote. Jen?
Yes.
Andre?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. Okay. We will be continuing with our agenda. Town manager communications have been pre-recorded and are available on the website. And I don't know if any of the councilors had any questions for our assistant town manager who is covering tonight. Seeing none, we will move on. The minutes. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes of October 10th?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Okay. All in favor of accepting the minutes as printed? It passes. Okay. Communications from elected officials, boards, committees, staff, commissioner reports, correspondence, and announcements. Any on my right? Any on my left? Go ahead, Paula. Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, Vice President Tamish. I just wanted to let the public know that yesterday we had a meeting at Liberty Hall in Merson's Mills to discuss conceptual plans for the use of what we consider the old Merson's Mills school property. We had a very healthy turnout and lively discussion, but we will have another public meeting here at the Town Hall on Thursday, November 14th at 6 o'clock, and we'll have a similar presentation and opportunity for the public to ask questions and make comments about the concept plans that have been generated. So hope to see many of you there.
Thank you. It was my understanding that Representative Diggs was going to be here. He has provided a letter that he had asked to be read in, but what I would like to do is just summarize it, so to speak. And in it, he wanted to inform us that today, Section 116C of the Clean Energy and Climate Conference Report was passed in informal session requiring the Department of Energy Resources to conduct a thorough review of existing offshore wind transmission plans. This review includes the authorization of surplus interconnection service and opens up new possibilities for alternate landing sites and other more suitable locations on Cape Cod. This is in direct response to the concerns I have raised on our community's behalf and effectively halts any additional cable deployment in Barnstable until after DOER's study is complete and reviewed by the legislature. Lynn, I wonder if you have a copy of that yet, and if so, if you could post that at some point, perhaps. Thank you. Thank you. Any other communications? Seeing none, we will move on. What I would like to do is just take a 5-minute recess. For the council's knowledge, Councilor Crowe is attempting to join us via Zoom. So we're going to take 5 minutes while that gets set up. Thank you. Just for the councilors, a reminder that because we are running a hybrid Zoom session, that all votes will be required to be roll call votes from this point forward. Okay? Okay, number 10 on the agenda, follow-up to the 9/5/2024 workshop discussion on the New England Wind 2, formerly Commonwealth Wind Offshore Renewable Wind Project. And I would like to invite the town attorney to the podium.
Thank you, Vice President Tamish. Good evening, councilors. Karen Nober, town attorney. At your September 5th meeting, we had a workshop discussion on the proposed offshore renewable wind project proposed to land at Dowses Beach. It's formerly known as Commonwealth Wind. It's now referred to as New England Wind 2. The goal of that discussion was to determine what the town's position is with respect to that project. Because there was not a clear consensus at that meeting, rather than provide you with a single recommended vote, we drafted potential votes for your consideration. These votes are meant to be alternatives. You would not vote on all of them. For example, if you wanted to vote to oppose the New England 2 project, any one of the first 3 votes will do that. But vote 1 is more narrowly tailored, vote 2 is a little broader in scope, and vote 3 is the broadest. Vote 4 does not oppose the project, but instead directs the town manager to commence negotiations for a host community agreement. And I just want to mention, these are just suggested votes. You could make a different motion if you wish, or you could choose to not take any vote tonight, because I know there was some discussion about working with MIT and going through a process there. With the exception of vote 4, the votes do not direct town staff to take any particular action. They're merely votes that establish the policy position of the town. And once that position has been established, staff will take actions in furtherance of and in support of that position. And if any of those actions require further authorization from the council, we will come back to you. I wanted to mention, too, that since vote 3 is the broadest vote, if you choose to go in that direction, I would suggest adding some language to the vote that is before you to provide a little more context, and I think make it stronger, and I can give you the language for that whenever you're ready. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, these are discussion points, and we will open the discussion now to any counselor who would like to make a discussion, any counselor that would like to make a motion, either one of these 4 points or an entirely separate motion. Attorney Nober, as she said, had some further context to add if you are in favor of number 3. So I will open it up to discussion. Anyone? Councilor Mendez?
I'd like to make a motion to vote on question 1.
Okay. Do we have a second? Is there any second? Second. Any discussion on option number 1? The council. Councilor Lutke?
I wouldn't vote for number 1. I think it's too narrow. I think I said during public comment, I think we've gotten ourselves in trouble because we've been too narrowly focused in this all along. We seem to be missing the periphery, the comprehensive look. Adam Merrick is certainly brought that to our attention. And I think if we go down this rabbit hole again, we're going to end up with unintended consequences, and I'd like a broader view. I mean, I recognize Councilor Mendez that that's what he would like to vote for, but I just think the unintended consequences of that and too narrow of a vote will put us in a box we don't want to be in.
Thank you. Councilor Starr?
Thank you. Could you explain narrow to me? What's so narrow here?
Because you're looking at a specific project. And I think the issue has come, and again, I speak to, if you listen to what Adam has said consistently, and, Mr. Sampu too, in a way, they're speaking in the same way. Wind power perhaps has a role, but we've been doing it in a very clumsy way. We haven't thought it out well, And I think the federal government is in large measure to blame, as is the state government. And it's landed, use that term, landed in our lap here for us to figure out battling with the developer. It's an absurd position to be in. Our battle is with the federal government and the state government to do this in a more comprehensive way. We've heard the planned approach. And again, if you do it in a more comprehensive way, then we might have something here. But this clumsy approach where we're just battling Avangrid, it's like, ha, 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 looking down. It's absurd that we continue to do this. I've always said this, that this one-on-one between us and a developer, when the developer is just doing what they're allowed to do by the purchase agreements that have been set by the state. We're in a losing situation. This is too low. We need to go higher up. So that's what I mean by narrow.
Thank you.
So can I ask you, so all of the number 1, number 2, and number 3 all talk about New England wind too? So you wouldn't vote for anything on this page?
Correct. I wanted to hear Attorney Nober's, her expanded remarks on number 3. No, I do. I think it's too narrow. I do, Gordon, yes.
Well, we have a motion on the floor regarding option number 1. I believe we have to deal with that before we move on to another option. Okay. Anyone else? Mendez?
I do understand what Councilor Lucky's saying, but we vote with what's in front of us. We're not battling with anybody. We're doing what we think is in the best interest of the town, period. As far as the state goes, as far as the federal government goes, if we battle with them, we're going to lose, period. So what we're supposed to do is vote with what's in front of us. And I understand what you're saying, Betty. I do. And I agree with you in principle. But the way that I look at it is this is what's in front of us. This is what we're going to vote on. Oppose for whomever chooses to do what they want to do. This is what's in front of us now. You don't have to vote yay or nay, but this is what's in front of us. And why belabor it? Let's vote for what's in front of us and get the ball rolling.
Any further discussion? Councilor Turkelson?
I just would like to, having done a lot of reading, there are actually communities outside of the state of Massachusetts that have successfully fought state governments to actually stop wind landing on their shores. So I think to say that we can't take up that charge or we couldn't be successful is nearsighted. I think that other up and down the coast, people are waking up to the fact that maybe they don't want this on their shores. So I think we've taken some. I don't think that anybody in the state could say that, that we weren't willing and we didn't try, because we have done that. So I feel that maybe the statement saying that we're not going to win is probably like giving up before the fight is there. I think our residents have spoken. We've taken wind already. I don't know that we need to take any more. So I think maybe we've done our part and that we could be ready to mount a defense like other communities up and down the coast have started to do.
Thank you. Councilor Mendez?
It says to oppose, correct?
Yeah.
But I got the sense you were saying we should just take this and we should just vote what's here. What I would advocate for is actually voting for more broad, like Betty is saying, is go broader and bring forward, let me just finish, that I would actually have a statement that's stronger, that actually says we won't support any wind anymore in our town. That would be the vote that I would be looking for. So what's on this page, I'm actually not ready to say yes to any of these, because I think that I don't think that they're appropriate from my standpoint, because I would like us to say no to any more wind in our town.
Well, the way that I look at it is, if we don't want one in the town, we vote for it as it comes to us. Why pick a fight when we don't have to?
That's where I disagree with you.
Yeah.
And that's okay, we can
and
disagree.
that's fine, but, I'm not of the mind where we're going to spend millions of dollars when we don't have to. This is what's in front of us. At least I'm in the mind of, let's vote for what's in front of us, and then we take it as it comes. I'm not trying to pick a fight with anybody, but that's me.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilor Clark?
Thank you very much, Vice President Tamish. I'd like some feedback from the attorney's office. Given that we have these prospective votes in front of us, if a decision is made by this sitting town council, can a future town council reverse it or change?
A future town council could take a different position. I'm hesitating only because if we were to enter into a host community agreement, then obviously that changes, that changes things, because then you've entered into a valid contract. But if the vote is to oppose a project and a subsequent council gets elected and wants to support the project, they can certainly vote to do that.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Okay, this will be...
Craig, can I make a comment?
Certainly, Councilor Crowe.
I'm glad you can hear me. Thank you for letting me participate. I'm in agreement with Councilor Turkelson on this. I think we need to, mainly because I believe not only to be against landing at Dowses because it's not a great location, but the other thing is the other infrastructure they're planning on putting over our aquifer, I think should be taken into account. And I think the third proposition with some added language by the town attorney is something that I would be in favor of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will vote on the amendment, on the motion as read.
And if I could just mention, when I said it's not intended for you to take a vote on each one of these because each one kind of builds on the other, I think if this vote is approved, then I think you're done.
Correct.
If this vote is not approved, then I think you could make a motion to vote on one of the other options. So I just want to be clear.
Well, I agree with you, but I just want to emphasize again that these are just suggestions.
These are
Any
just
counselor
suggestions. You could
any
make a
other
different motion, but you do
that they
have one on the
desire.
table. Yep.
And if there was a motion to prohibit all wind activity, future wind activity in the town, I mean, that would certainly be in order.
Yeah, again, this is not necessarily the universe. I wanted to come up with what I thought were different options for your consideration, but you can certainly adopt them or change them.
Okay, Madam Clerk, a vote?
Councilors Crow,
No.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
No.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
No.
Turkelson,
No.
Bloom,
No.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
I have to count. 7-5. 7 yes, 5 no.
Okay, the motion does pass. Again, to reiterate, the motion that was passed to oppose the New England Wind 2 project, formerly Commonwealth Wind, as currently proposed with a landing at Dowses Beach. So that is the four corners of the motion, and which passed, correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have a follow-up to our private roads presentations that's been going on for quite a while. And I would invite town attorney or the assistant town manager up to... Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Karen Nober, Town Attorney. I think the vote is fairly self-explanatory. I think the town manager has made numerous presentations to the town council regarding private roads and really asking for direction as to whether or not staff should start doing the work to put together a layout and acceptance policy for the private roads in the town. Under this vote, the layout and acceptance of any particular private road would require separate town council approval. This is really just to tell us whether we should be doing that work and spending the time on that, and we would then come back to you with a policy for your approval. So that's basically what this vote does.
Thank you. And just to, again, remind the public, if this is accepted, it does not mean that your roads will be accepted as public roads next week. It will be a long process. There are
Yes.
approximately 1,100 private roads within the town of Barnstable, and as they come up, town manager will become with a policy as to what procedure will be used to accept any current private or future private roads. So if I could have a motion to accept this resolution or move it forward?
So moved.
As
Do I have a
written.
second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Fantastic. Okay. Madam Clerk, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Levesque,
Yes. Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Yes.
Torkelson, Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Vote was unanimous. Okay, moving on to the orders of the day. Old business, 2025-017. Councilor Levesque, would you read that in? Oh,
Point of order. Thank you.
yes, Councilor Neary.
I must recuse myself from this item.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, would the record indicate that he is recusing himself?
Thank you, Vice President Tamish. This is old business, may be acted upon with a majority vote. This is item number 2025-017. This designation of the Hyannis District Improvement Financing Development District to be located in downtown Hyannis and approval and adoption of the development program as written.
Second.
Okay. I would invite Mr. Pentasini to.
Hello, everybody. Kyle Pedicini with the Planning and Development Department. I'm here with Jim Kupfer. We were here a couple meetings ago to present this topic to the council. We heard that the council wanted to kind of take more time to review it and digest the information. So we're here back tonight to answer any questions and talk through any possible amendments that the council may be interested in.
Thank you. Okay. Councilors, any discussion? Councilor Ledke?
Yes, I spoke in opposition to this the first time it came up. And here's what concerns me about it, is that it's not very well defined. And I know you're asking for amendments, but I don't see any amendments that could help with define this to the level I'd like to see it defined. And I base that on looking at what other communities have done. Not that we have to copy other communities, but you've basically taken the growth incentive zone, and then you've said, wow, there's going to be some growth out at 35 Scota, so we'll just tack that on. And that's going to be it. And when I've looked at these other towns, they've had very targeted development. And we already have the downtown zoning that essentially overlaps with this, that does the kind of growth that I guess we want. I think there's still some discussion out there whether or not we want these 4-story buildings all up and down Main Street. And we heard from Director Milne about what new growth is. So it's more tearing down of what's here, presumably most of it on Main Street with some other areas, and building 4-story residences. And when that's traditionally done, it's a normal route that the developers take. They go and get the CPA funds, which are all of us pay into. So they get several $1 million there from CPA. And then they get the tax incentive exemption. So they don't maybe pay taxes for 20 years, and then they pay at a reduced rate. So we've given them the zoning they need because they said we can't make this work unless it's 4 stories. We're giving them our CPA funds. We're tax exempting them, and I'm talking mostly about residential here, and that's already at a lower rate than it is for the commercial. The apartments are taxed at the residential rate. And now you're saying, because based on this new growth, we're going to take a percentage of that money and put it into Hyannis. Well, there would be, and the accounting for this program is quite intense. We're really putting, I think, a lot of burden on our assessing division to do this. And again, when I look at these other towns, a lot of them have taken brownfields. They've taken areas that really need some development. And this is based on the proposition that Main Street is need of drastic help. I don't know that I buy into that. I kind of like the charm of our Main Street. I like our village. Councilor Schnepp mentioned the meeting last night. I went to that in Marston's Mills. And with very few exceptions, nobody in Marston's Mills wanted any housing on that property. 0 housing, I think, would be the best way to describe what they wanted. So there's no new growth there. So again, I'm just think we're just clobbering Hyannis, and I don't think this program's going to do what you think it's going to do. I think it's an enormous administrative burden. We could, through our strategy session, which I hope we'll have soon, and through the budget process and the capital improvement process, we could, target some development. I just don't see it. I don't know if the other people have done this. Look at what other towns have done. They've done such specific things, very specific things, and targeted really new growth that they wanted. And we're just kind of layering this on top of layer. And again, so many exemptions that we're giving these developers, and then, then we take what's left of the tax money. It's unnecessary. It's completely unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you, Vice President Tamish. I would not support this program either. Originally, I did think it was a good idea, but I met with Director Kupfer. I do have some concerns about if this is implemented, the people that will be helping determine where the money goes. I feel that that really would need to be amended drastically. I also think if we need a source of revenue to do certain things in this area, then maybe we need to come to the council and say we need help in this area, and these are the things we need for on a consistent basis. It's one of the conversations that Betty and I had with Director Kupfer, was that, there's some monies going away in certain programs, and this might be a nice way to back end that situation. But maybe what we need is actually a strategy that's consistent and known and determined with a budget. I know I run my household on a budget. Maybe that's what we really need, not instead of just hoping that some new dollars will show up at some point, once somebody develops something. If this area really needs money for certain projects that are already known to us that the planning department thinks is a good idea for this area, and that the people and businesses in that area think is a good idea in that area, kind of like the Marston's Mills thing, then maybe we need to sit down and have, we have a new director. He could come to the council and say, I'm looking for a budget, year over year of this amount of money to be able to fund these projects in particular. That's what the community has asked for. And maybe this council can get behind actually funding what we need to fund, rather than taking money from something that we don't really have an idea that it's going to come from. And like Betty says, it's burdensome. The people, that would be making the decisions aren't really, I don't think, a fair representation of the people that would be impacted. So I will be a no to this vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a quick response to that is, one thing I'd say is that the committee makeup is totally within your purview. You could amend that however you so choose. If you'd want more residents from the Hyannis area, you could absolutely do that. The one thing I'd say is kind of what you're describing, like a plan looking forward for, consistency and kind of a consistent plan going forward. That's kind of what this is. That's kind of what we're hoping for to get out of this. And to the point about it not being very well defined, we do have the type of projects that would be implementable through this, which is placemaking, beautification projects, storefront improvement grants, arts and culture projects, and public infrastructure improvements. One of the things I kind of like about the possibility of the program is that we actually would be able to be quicker to respond to situations that may arise or opportunities that might arise in the area. I'll give you one example. Recently, we worked with the DPW to do a trip hazard repair project on Main Street. So we basically smoothed out the sidewalks where there were problems where we've heard from the public about tripping on the sidewalks. We were able to do that through a shared streets grant that we basically repurposed from something else. So we kind of got, I don't want to say lucky, but it was kind of fortunate that we had kind of flexibility of money to do something like that when a problem arose. This program in place would allow us to kind of be able to respond to those situations as we go forward. That's the kind of program we're looking to get. And absolutely, the committee can be amended to any way the council sees fit.
But the point is what I'm saying is when we met with Director Kupfer, the whole, the crux of the argument was you're making an assumption that this development is going to happen, and within that you'll get money. But let's just say for some reason the economy goes bad and we don't get the money. Then Director Kupfer doesn't have the money he needs to do the things he wants to do. So wouldn't it be more prudent to actually, we've been running certain programs in this area for enough years that I think that Director Kupfer would have his finger on the pulse of what we need on a consistent year-over-year basis. And maybe he works in a cushion for that in case there's a project that pops up that needs attention and there's not a grant or something. I guess what I'm asking for is if what the need is consistent monies to run programs for growth in this area or maintenance of this area and programs in this area, bring that forward to the council and we can consider that. That would be a much better way than hoping that some magical development happens. There's no guarantee that this will happen. Wouldn't you want to know that the money's coming year over year? I just don't see the connection here. I commend the process or the thought process. I just don't think in reality that that's where I'd want to see the money. I'd rather Director Kupfer come to us and say, we discussed it. We need to have the Christmas boat every year, and that relies on the town to be funding that. Okay, well, how much does that cost? Let's get that in the budget. So I guess I just look at it like if it's a known entity, then let's prepare for that, plan for that, budget for that, and bring that forward and justify to the council why that money is needed. I just think that would be a better way to be running our house.
Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Vice President Tamish. A couple of weeks, actually probably a couple of months ago, I was fortunate to be here in Hyannis when the Secretary of Economic Development for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts was here to do a tour of our Main Street. And a group of us were able to walk up and down and see the benefit of some of the programs that the state has funded in being able to revitalize some of our small businesses in Main Street. And the changes were remarkable and the excitement was palpable, among those of us who were walking up and down the street. So you could tell that sometimes you don't have to spend a lot of money to get a big return. And I think that so much of the efforts in our Hyannis downtown district over the several decades has been to try to bring back that sort of excitement. And I think that's been fairly successful. We've I think, had a real return of activities. We just had a great open streets. Was that just last weekend? So I think the community is really feeling some of these positive impacts. And I know there's been some concern that some of the zoning changes that we've put in place over the last year may contribute to what could be conceived as overgrowth, and that's something that people are feeling, some negative energy about. But I think what this DIF, is a very traditional method of providing some money, flexible money, to really address certain issues in a very defined area to really improve economic development, community engagement. And so I think that this is a really tried and true method. I know that a couple of us had conversations either from the dais or with our finance director, making sure that any new growth dollars in this area would not have a negative impact on our general operating fund. We were pretty much assured that it wouldn't. So I feel very much in support of going forward with this program. I do want to ask Kyle if he could remind us, what is the current recommended makeup of the committee? I can't find it quickly in this document, so if you could just remind us of who it is.
It's on page 18. It's the Director of Planning and Development, the Finance Director, the Director of Assessing, a representative from the Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District, a representative from the Barnstable Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee, and a Barnstable Town Council representative.
Okay. So we have 3 staff people that are very much involved in understanding the financial works and how to set this up. We have representation from the business district, and you said 1 counselor. And so I guess I'm okay with that. If anybody feels that there needs to be an additional voice, I'd be happy to consider an amendment. Thank you.
Kyle, you said page.
18 on the.
Ours doesn't have page numbers.
Oh.
So that's.
Sorry. It's on the draft master plan. I don't know what.
Yeah, we just need you to help narrow that down because we don't have page numbers. So, like.
Okay.
Page 27.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Gordon. Sorry, I had different page numbers.
Okay. Any further comment? Councilor Levesque? I'm sorry, Councilor Mendes, I believe you had started. I apologize.
I just have a suggestion that is, if this does pass, that you should put Hyannis counselors on that committee. That's my only suggestion.
Okay. Councilor Levesque?
I think it's a great point. Councilor Mendes, thank you for that. I just want to say thank you for all the hard work putting this together. And, you know, I've always had it as a practice, either as a counselor or in leadership, that I really want to hear from our staff. You guys are professional people. You're trained in these areas. And when you make a recommendation, you know, I'm all ears. And I want to hear what your passions are. I want to hear, and you're walking these streets. And I also, too, was at Open Streets. And I will say there were at least, I think there were 9 individuals, business owners, people who live on Main Street that are in favor of this. And I did not ask them. And they said, we understand it's this. We're very much in favor of this. I think Director Milne, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe you mentioned that the growth that is currently taking place in our growth incentive zone is minimal. And that's why it wouldn't have an effect on our general fund at this time. So to be able to incentivize what currently exists, and I know there's a lot of talk in regards to the residentials and going 4 stories and all that stuff, but I think it's important to that there's 3 times the amount of commercial land that's in the growth incentive zone than there is residential land at this time. And the assessed value is more than double the amount of commercial compared to residential. So, and that may change. I will say the Cascade Motor Lodge property has never looked better. It's a vacant lot. And that's due to the form-based code that's taking place. It's going to be a great project. Everybody see the plans. retail on the first floor, 95 apartments. The building actually will be taller, ironically enough, than 307 Main Street as it's proposed right now. And there wasn't any, strangely enough, there wasn't any adversity to that project. But here we go. We're moving forward, and those growth dollars should go right back into the community that the development is taking place. I think I'm not quite sure the CPA funds. I don't know how we're getting CPA funds to these. Maybe it's through the Affordable Housing Trust. Maybe that's how it's being used, but that's also because it's creating affordable housing. So there's a benefit to the community in regards to that. So I'm very much in favor of this. And I think that the businesses, the residents that currently live on Main Street are in favor of this. And why not incentivize? And again, it isn't about 4 stories. It's about the 1 story, and this is the property that person owns, and they just, improve their personal property, that type of thing. We talked about those growth dollars today in the presentation with the school committee. There's lots of things happening. And again, I think, including 35 Scudder is wise, because now that the back of that property is no longer taxable. It falls under the Dover Amendment, and we don't have that. So really what we're talking about right now is the hotel, which makes sense to me. And so again, I appreciate your efforts to put this forward, and I'm in favor of this. And just from the aspect of you put so much hard work into it, I think it's worth taking I don't even think it's a chance. It's an opportunity, and reward all your hard work. So thank you.
Councilor Clark?
Thank you very much, Vice President Tamish. I am very sensitive to Councilor Lutke's concern about the character and the historic context that is in the Main Street that's been here for centuries. Perhaps a member of the Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District Commission might be a good collaborator in addition to the amendment or the suggestion by Councilor Mendez to keep an eye or to be in the discussion at the ground level for sensitivity to the historic parameters for that area, which they're under anyways in that section, if I understand that correctly.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, I'd defer the makeup of the committee totally to the council, so.
Okay, just a question for Councilor Mendez. Are you making a motion for an amendment for it to be a Hyannis councilor? Just a comment. Okay, and Councilor Clark, you would have to make a motion to amend it to include a Hyannis Main Street Waterfront District member.
Well, I'll make an amendment, but I just want to
Okay.
make a comment first.
Sure.
I look at this as an opportunity because let's not get confused. Some people think that Main Street is the viable place it was in 1985. It hasn't been that in 30 years. And retail is going to continue to flee Main Street to go to the 132 sector, that corridor. So if we want to preserve Main Street, we need to preserve Main Street. We need to give people incentive to invest on Main Street. Brick and mortar isn't what it used to be. It's just not. People don't go into shops anymore like they used to. The mall's having a hard time staying open itself. And with the stuff that's going into the Kmart Plaza, it's going to put even a bigger strain on Main Street. So we have to incentivize. I don't want to see Main Street boarded up. I want to see Main Street beautiful, historic, like it's always been. But if we don't incentivize developers to go into Main Street, it's not going to be that. It won't be economically feasible. That's just the bottom line, period. The bars aren't there anymore. There's some restaurants, but the days of having traffic from the Bass River Bridge to West Main Street are over. Those days are done. So we have to do, as a community, as a Hyannis resident, what we can do to preserve that. And the way you preserve it is you put feet on the ground, you incentivize business to go in there and invest. That's the only way we can do it to preserve Main Street. Smart investment.
Thank you. Yes. Go ahead, you can make an amendment. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charlie.
Before I vote for this, I'd like to know that, because I'm against 4 stories on Main Street. We've got a few projects going there now that are 4 stories. I think they'll be okay, you know. But in general, I'm against it. So I just want to make sure that this proposal doesn't encourage or allow or permit 4-story structures to be permitted more easily.
Yep. Does not change the underlying zoning, so the answer would be no. It does not allow it to be more easily permittable. It also, I would also point out on page 27 also, it says the development program does not propose to use TIF revenues or other public funds to add to or renovate any housing structures. So these funds would not be used for housing projects.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Turkelson?
I don't know if anyone here can answer. How many businesses on Main Street are not part of the Main Street Business Improvement District? Does anyone know?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer that. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. And if I want to make a suggestion to the makeup of the board, I'll do that after Chris makes her amendment. Want me to wait?
Yeah, Councilor Mendez is potentially making an amendment, so why don't we go with him first?
Okay. I'd like to make an
although
amendment to the board.
Councilor Lutke had a comment?
If there's an amendment to change the composition, then you would have to make a motion to amend that amendment. And then you'd be done, you do it once.
Or you, in discussion, you could say what you'd like to see, and perhaps, out of the goodness of his heart, Councilor Mendez could include that in his motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to add 2 Hyannis area residents who are not business owners in the Main Street Improvement District. I also would like to have I don't know if it exists, that's why I was asking the question, a Main Street business owner who might not be part of the Main Street bid. I don't know if that exists, so, but just to represent all factions.
Yeah.
To amend the DIF Advisory Committee as set forth in the master plan, is that? Okay.
Yeah, and just as a point of order, if you don't know that the person exists, I'm not sure we can add them to the committee.
Yeah, if the question is, so the growth incentive zone does encapsulate properties outside of the business improvement district. So it would be possible to have a business representative outside of the business. I misunderstood your original question, so.
I guess I would like to have business owners that not just be limited to only the bid business owners is what I'm saying.
Karen, could we have it, just put it like maybe an at-large member?
Are you changing, I'm not sure what your motion is.
My motion would be to add
To amend the
I
advisory
think
committee as
I
set
think
forth in the
is,
master
are you making the amendment?
Oh, she's, so,
Karen, there's been a request that you use the mic.
All right, sorry. Okay, so you're making a motion to amend the DIF Advisory Committee as set forth in the master plan to do what?
can I say, I don't think she's making a motion.
She's not making a motion?
I think, I thought
No,
Jeff
she
was
making a
making a
suggestion.
motion.
She used the wrong word.
Okay, you're not making a motion.
Okay, so you want me to piggyback your idea on my motion?
Yeah, so you said,
You made a motion.
I thought you did too. No motion. You're withdrawing any motion?
Okay.
Okay.
I am withdrawing my motion.
Count,
But your suggestion is still there. No,
all
you're-
right. No, at this point.
What is happening? Is that instead of who? Like, does it matter what the makeup is? Like, are they adding? Can you add?
We can add 2, but the concern is Hyannis area. What's the definition of Hyannis area? Shouldn't it be maybe
Should be Hyannis, right?
Hyannis or in the district, perhaps?
Okay, well, I don't know.
Okay.
I can know that.
All right, if,
I'm not sure how they're going to be selected.
Jim, stay here.
okay. Just as a point of order, question, who appoints the various members of the board? I didn't see that.
So the town council is appointing the individuals that would be on there, and it would go, we could have it go through the appointments committee
Okay.
if we so
Yeah.
chose.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not to
Okay.
add more stuff to your plate.
All right. Okay, are you ready, Counselor Mendes?
Okay, you ready?
Okay, Counselor Mendes.
I'd like to make a motion to include the 3 councils from Hyannis, to also include an at-large member business outside of the bid, 2 Hyannis residents, and a member from the Hyannis Main Street Historical Waterfront Commission.
Second. But I have a comment. What if, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, for discussion. What if, through the census, things change and there are more than 3 Hyannis counselors? I think maybe you might want to say how we define those 3 counselors.
Well, they're sitting councilors. We can always
You can always amend it in the
amend
future.
it later on. if
It's going to be
the
10
census
years
changes.
from now. Yeah. And what I was just going to make that point of information, there are technically 4, I believe, Hyannis counselors. So I think you'd have to define precinct numbers at this point, because Councilor Turkelson has part of Hyannis.
Unless you describe it at,
Well,
excuse
the councilors who are Hyannis, which is Charlie, Felicia, and myself.
And Betty?
And Betty has portions of Hyannis, and Kristen has portions of Hyannis.
Well, I'm talking about Hyannis councilors, not Hyannis Centerville, not Hyannis West Barnstable, or anything else. I'm talking Hyannis.
I think you should establish them by precinct numbers.
All right, what's the precinct numbers? 8, 9, and 13. Okay, 8, 9, and 13.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Councilor Starr.
Do we need to codify that it's going through the appointments committee? Would that be, make it clear, just before we forget that?
You certainly could.
to be appointed.
Okay, why don't we deal with this amendment, excuse me, this motion first, and then we will deal with the appointment method, okay? Any further discussion?
Just
Mr.
a
Kupfer.
quick question in thinking the practicality through this. So we have 3 counselors from Hyannis and at-large business outside the bid, but within the district is the question?
Within the district.
Yes.
And same thing with the 2 Hyannis residents? Is this within the district?
I think Hyannis at large.
At large?
So just Hyannis residents.
Hyannis residents, yeah.
Thank you.
Again, I'm a stickler for definition. The same precincts. They're resident of those same precincts. Okay, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? We'll have to have a roll call vote on this.
Do we
Excuse
need
me.
the amendment to be read again?
Does anyone want the amendment read again?
Okay, never mind.
No? Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk? This is on the amendment,
This is to amend this item.
correct?
This is a motion to amend the item by doing this.
On the motion to amend, Counselors Ludke,
No.
Mendes,
Yes.
I'm going to jump over here, Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
No.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
9 yes.
The
Passes,
motion does pass, okay?
and it passes.
Was there another amendment to be made regarding the method of appointment of the board?
I move that the non-staff appointments go through the appointments committee.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing no discussion? No, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, where am I? Mendes,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
That passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on the motion as amended?
Yes. May I speak?
Yes.
This is Counselor Crowe.
Yes.
I have to agree with Counselor Levesque in that most of this growth will come to the downtown, and most of that funding should go to the downtown. The only problem I have with this is that the how to fund and who decides is an entity other than the town council. And so therefore I'd vote against this because I believe the town council should make those decisions versus another, I think we're making a precedent, another group to make that decision and those are financing decisions from the town budget. So I happen to agree that most of these funds that are asked for by the downtown improvement in Hyannis, I agree to approve. I'll be approving most of those myself, but I think that I just have a principal disagreement with allowing those decisions to be made somebody other than the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Ludke?
Yeah, to piggyback on what John said, I think we're conflating the role of a bid with the role of a town. And I think what Councilor Schnepp discussed with her tour was mostly things that the bid has done. And the bid has a certain purpose that they do. And a town, and again, I go back to our desire for a strategy session. I think a town looks out for the health and welfare of its citizens, for the character of a community, for the well-being of everyone. And that's why I don't see this, and I go back again to definition, that we don't know what we're getting whatever. We haven't defined what we want, and then we said placemaking, beautification. Okay, that could mean anything. We haven't said, if we said, gosh, we want to do that West End Rotary, because that's the health and well-being of our citizens, and that's what a municipality is responsible for. The bid does their own thing, and I've talked to business owners that intentionally made sure their property was out of the bid because they didn't want it. So I think we're conflating it. It's not well defined, and that's the position on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote on the motion as amended. Madam Clerk? Did anyone need the motion read back, or is everyone else know what we're voting on? Okay, thank you.
So we're good? Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
No.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
No.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
No.
Mendes.
Yes.
I think I got everybody, yes. It passes.
Thank you. Okay.
Point of order, please.
Yes, Councilor Crowe.
I have a point of order. I'm not sure why we moved after one vote on the wind matter, and I wanted to motion on that on other of the other choices we had or other, and we did not. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think we should be able to vote on the other matters and either as a council oppose other choices or approve them. So I'd like that to be a point of order. I'd like to see that we'd have an opportunity to vote on some of the other choices that were available. Thank you.
I think the discussion was, John, that if you voted, for want of a better term, a lesser included option, that was the vote. And people did vote to restrict that, but I will certainly listen to other opinions or opinion of our town attorney.
I'm not sure why people can't vote on the other choices, in addition to the one that we voted on.
What would be the rationale of having multiple resolves, Councilor Crowe?
To express a more of a global opposition to the landings here at all, and more landings in Barnstable.
If I may, there was a majority vote to approve the least restrictive option. So I think at that point, you're done. If that had been disapproved, then you could have moved on to other options to consider them. But I think you have a majority vote of the council on this, so I think you're all set.
Yeah,
My question is why? I want more of an explanation.
Well, we voted to accept that as the resolve, Councilor Crowe.
Okay, that's fine then. I will make it clear, though, that that my vote was to oppose that particular motion, waiting to put another motion forward to make it more of a broad disagreement with landings. So I just want to make that clear to you and the public.
Okay, as did I.
Yeah.
I was in favor of a more restrictive option, but the council voted for that option.
That's fine. I just wanted to make that clear, and I think we should have, well, just my opinion, I think that, well, it's the way it works, so I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on.
Point of order, Vice
Point
President.
of order,
Sandwich?
yes.
Would you consider taking 029 out of order?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that.
Lieutenant Murphy.
We discussed both of them at the same time. Obviously, we'll have to vote them separately, but we can certainly discuss them at the same time. So, Councilor Clark, would you move 2527, please?
With pleasure, Vice President Tamish. This is old business requiring a public hearing and roll call 2/3 vote of the full council. Agenda item 2025-027, the appropriation and loan order in the amount of $3,826,327 and authorization to contract for and expend a grant in the amount of $2,833,849 from the Commonwealth's Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs for the Sandy Neck Beach Facility Coastal Resiliency Project.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. Councilor Beck, I'm sorry, I misunderstood which one you were trying to move forward. I was talking about moving up the second. My apologies. I would like to welcome the Sandy Neck Board and Nina Coleman.
Good evening. Nina Coleman, Sandy Neck Park Manager, and tonight I have with me Derek Lawson, the Director of MEA, and almost the entire Sandy Neck Board. I'm going to call them out because they were all here all night. Tom O'Neill is our chairman, and also with us is Bill Carey, Rich French, Pete Sampu, Maureen Paccioni, and Renee King. So I'm here for our second look at this, or actually our third night of looking at this project. Just for the folks at home, I want to mention that the project is on the Sandy Neck website, but essentially our resiliency project is to move our parking lot back away from the primary dune, to do some modifications to our access trail, and then to move our gatehouse to higher ground as she is presently flooding. So if you'll just indulge me real quick so I can go through the timeline again, which is really important to the request. As you know, we have we've been awarded an MVP award, a grant for roughly $2.8 million, and we're here tonight to secure the remaining balance of roughly 3.8. And the reason that we need to secure that additional funding tonight is because of the timeline. So essentially, our MVP grant is a 2-year grant. It's a fiscal year 25-26 grant, and we need to have spent our funding, our funds down by June 2026. So in order to achieve that timeline, we are going to need to set our, in the winter, this winter, to secure the funds of $6.6 million, put out our bid and award a contractor for our project. We're looking for an October or fall 2025 beginning of construction with a completion of construction in April 2026, just in time for the season. That gives us the middle time there in spring, summer of 2025 to secure additional grants. What's important to understand about these grants, the MVP grant is as a Massachusetts grant. We've been going after and will continue to go after CZM funding, which is also a Massachusetts grant funding source. They can be used in tandem. CZM is a yearly, and as I mentioned, MVP is a 2-year grant. So what have we been up to since we were last here 2 weeks ago? We've already accomplished a few things. We did receive the fiscal year 25 CZM grant, Coastal Resiliency Grant. This money is roughly $90,000. This is not for construction. It's for the last of our permitting and also some project management as we move forward. In addition, we've started our outreach requirements of our MVP grant, so there's quite a bit of community outreach that's required. We're reaching out to High West, which is the school that we're choosing for 2025. A couple of things there. We're able to embed one of our ambassadors, which is a Diamondback terrapin, into that school. This is the first time we've gotten a turtle into that school in a number of years, and that just sort of kicks off all of this good natural resource educational opportunities. So we'll have our staff, our natural resource officers, going to High West this winter, doing turtle talks, and then the goal of the MVP grant is to get all third graders at High West to Sandy Neck. You'd be surprised how many of our young people have not been to Sandy Neck Beach. So it's part of our goals of our grant. Next year, we're going to also include the Innovation School. In addition, we've started our outreach to Barnstable High School as well as the Upper Cape Tech School, which is older students, and they will be we'll be working with our STEM students to engage them in our project. We're going to be going into those schools, teaching them about our project, how we came to our different alternatives, and then we're also going to be engaging those students for the actual on-the-ground work, such as beach grass planting. And finally, the Sandy Neck Board looked at our 2025 calendar year fees and voted to endorse a fee increase. So again, we're looking towards increasing our revenue stream to both to replenish our reserves and to prepare for a debt service. I was asked to put in our community support, and we have a lot of community support, but these are the ones that actually wrote letters for our MVP grant. Just real quickly, Hyannis West, Barnstable Innovation School, Upper Cape Tech, Barnstable High School, the New England Wildlife Centers, Mass Audubon. The Boy Scouts are also involved with this project and part of our outreach. The Association of Preservation of Cape Cod, the Town of Sandwich, which is very important because we honor their stickers, their parking stickers, not their off-road vehicle stickers, at Sandy Neck. The Nature Conservancy, the Sandy Neck Board, and our Beach Buggy Association, which is heavily involved at Sandy Neck. So this is the slide I used last time to sort of sum up what we're looking for tonight. The total project is around $6.6 million. Again, our grant, our MVP grant, our 2-year grant is 2.8. So that leaves a 3.8 deficit. The Sandy Neck reserves are quite healthy, and we're looking to use $1 million from our reserves to offset this deficit. So that gets us to roughly $2.8 million that we're looking for appropriation so that we can start the project, recognizing that during this timeline that I presented, we will be assertively looking at other grants. We know that CZM has been supporting this project all along. We feel very confident that we'll be able to go for construction funds for CZM for fiscal year 26. There are other grant opportunities out there, as well as reviewing the enterprise account to find additional revenue streams. So with that, I'm here with the board, and we're available to answer questions.
All right, thank you. Councilors, any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, we have to open a public hearing. Could I have a motion to open a public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second? Okay. All in favor of opening public hearing? Has to be a roll call vote, I believe, or does it? Roll call vote.
Counselors, Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke. Oops, I'm sorry, Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mandes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, any discussion from members of the council?
There's no one on Zoom.
No one on Zoom, thank you. I would entertain a motion to close the
So
public
moved.
hearing then?
Second.
All right. All in favor of closing the public hearing? No, that's right. She has to call the roll call.
First one's Tamish.
Counselors, Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm a little tired. Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mandes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we will vote on the main motion.
Any discussion?
Any discussion, excuse me, any discussion on the main motion?
Aye.
Too many different, Counselor
A
Schnapp.
great project, well overdue. Thank you, team, for putting this together.
Thank you.
I agree. You spend years working on this. I appreciate everybody's efforts, now and in the future. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further discussion on my right? Any further discussion on my left? Now, we can vote on the motion.
Counselors, Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mandes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
It passes. Yay.
Okay, with the council's indulgence, I would like to take Article 2025-042 out of order and move that in. Councilor Neary, would you read that in? 42.
My pleasure, Vice President. This is item number 2025-042. And it is new business which may be acted upon with a majority vote. It's the authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2025 coastal resiliency grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Coastal Zone Management Office in the amount of $90,542 for ancillary permitting and bidding assistance on the Sandy Neck Beach Facility Coastal Resiliency Project as written.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Coleman?
Thank you. This is a great evening. It's been many years, and I'm really looking forward to this project. As it was, we have another coastal zone management grant that I just spoke to, $90,000. The match is coming from funds that we already have secured, so there's no allocation needed. The funds will be used for local and mass natural heritage permitting, which is our endangered species permitting, contract solicitation and selection, meetings, and project management.
Very good, thank you. Any questions from the council? Any questions on my right? Councilor Turkelson?
Just a point of order that in the title, there's a Scribner's error ancillary. It might not matter, but.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on my right? Anyone on my left? Seeing none, we will go to a vote, majority vote of the council. Okay.
Counselors, Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick, away from the dais, Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mandace,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
That passes.
Motion passes, thank you.
You're welcome to stay, but.
Yeah, you're welcome to
You're
stay
but, you
if
know,
you like. Yeah.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, moving on. Item number 2025-029. Councilor Mendez, please.
Thank you, Vice President Tamish. This is old business, item number 2025-029. May be acted upon by majority vote. Appointments to a board, committee, commissions, licensing authority, John Murphy, as an associate member to a term expiring 6/30/2027.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I would just like to make a quick comment that I worked with Lieutenant Murphy for many years. He was a liaison to the licensing board for many years, and I think it's a great choice.
I'd like to second what the Vice President said. Not a better servant to the town than Lieutenant Murphy, and he's perfect for the job. Thank you.
Any further discussion? On my right, on my left? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick, Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mandace,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Passes.
Thanks for sticking
Thank you.
around.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Oh, there you go.
You too.
Good night. Yeah.
Okay, 2025-030. Councilor Bloom, how about you?
Okay, 30. This is old business, it may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2025-030, reappointments to a board/committee/commission. Resolved that the town council appoints the following individuals to a multiple-member board/committee/commission, Board of Health. Dan Luxco, Luzco, as a regular member to a term expiring June 30th, 2027. Paul Caniff as a regular member to a term expiring June 30th, 2027.
Okay, do we have a second? Second? Okay. Any discussion? Any discussion on my left? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Burdick.
I believe he's left.
Is he left? Okay. He's left the building, okay. Clark. Yep.
Faded into the night.
Counselor Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. While we're on a roll here on appointments, with your indulgence, we might as well do 037. Counselor Turkelson, would you read that in? Page 84 or in the front?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is an item of old business.
All you have to do is read like these.
Okay.
And then as written.
This is an item of old business that may be acted upon by majority vote. Item 2025-037, appointments to a board committee commission, Airport Commission, Board of Health, Human Services Committee, Mid-Cape Cultural Council, the Steamship Authority Port Council, Waterways Committee, and the Zoning Board of Appeals, as written.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? Discussion on my right? Any discussion on my left? No? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Counselors. Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes. Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Passes.
Passes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, item, let's see what we've got next here. 2025-032. How about Counselor Schnapp? Would you mind? 032?
This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item number 2025-032, appropriation order in the amount of $33,000 in community preservation historic preservation funds for Phase 2 of restoration and preservation of the Dottridge Homestead located at 1148 Main Street, Cotuit, as written.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. I recognize Lindsay Council from the Preservation Committee.
Thank you, Vice President Tamish, Lindsay Council, Chairman of the Community Preservation Committee. At the August 19th, 2024 Community Preservation Meeting, the 6 committee members present voted to unanimously recommend to the Town Council, through the Town Manager, the Historical Society of Santuit and Cotuit's request for $33,000 in community preservation, historic preservation funds for Phase 2 work for their project, the grand plan to expand, building a future for Cotuit's past. Phase 2 work had previously been approved within the HSSC's 2001 Community Preservation Fund grant for $87,500, but due to overages in other CPA-awarded project areas, the work could not commence. Phase 2 work includes the installation of an HVAC system in an attic storage space for archives and restoring the authentic early 19th century homestead buttery. The addition of climate control will allow safe storage and preservation of all artifacts so they will be available to educate future generations about Cotuit's rich historical heritage. Completion of the restoration of the Dottridge Homestead serves as an accurate representation of what it was in the mid-19th century. The total cost of the entire project is $500,000, with matching funds to be provided privately. A preservation restriction has been previously recorded for the Dottridge Homestead property.
Very
I
good.
believe we have Scott Berkeley, consultant on the project, do a presentation.
Yeah.
My name's Scott Berkey. I'm from Cotuit, Massachusetts, a member of the Board of the Historical Society, and joined by our Vice President, Molly DeMello. And that building that you're seeing there is really the basis of Phase 2 of this project, and that is the Dottridge Homestead. Mr. Sam Dottridge married Abigail and built that home in Harwich. And subsequently, a bunch of the brothers and sisters and cousins found this great bay back in Cotuit, and 17 teams of oxen pulled that house from Harwich back to Cotuit. And so that is the basis, or the sort of the foundation of our historical site there. And so now I'm going to move on. We research, document, preserve, display, and communicate our history in order to educate our community on our past and improve our future. This was the total project. $500,000 was mentioned in the previous discussion. Currently, we've raised $450,000. It was going to provide a new gallery, a new office, some climate-controlled storage space for documents and artifacts, research space, and some ADA-compliant entrance. That left part of the building there that you see there is the new Phase 1 part of the building, which has an office upstairs and a new gallery in the downstairs and the HVAC basement. You can see the basement there on the left top. That's where the climate-controlled storage is. The office is in the middle section there, and the new gallery contains some nice things. We also got a new fire and security system through CPC funding. This was the $87,500 that did this. The ADA compliant entrance was not part of the funding, but is a good thing to have. Phase 2, as was mentioned, is an HVAC for that historic Dottridge home that you saw on the first slide. This will help alleviate mold and mildew on the house artifacts. We'll also take that bathroom that was installed in the mid-1950s. That is where the buttery was, and we will restore that little room there to its original purpose as a buttery. And as a subsequent thing, we will be building a new bathroom non-funded by the CPC, which we're looking at using compostable waste system in. And so if you haven't been to Cotuit lately and you want to see it, you might remember that we have the Cape Cod's first fire engine on the right. The Rothwell Ice House is there, but some new things that you probably don't know about is we discovered a German POW bottle on some of the development land in town, so we have an exhibit of that. An original Cotuit skiff was donated, which is in that new part that you saw on the left side of the new building. And the newest things is we have a collection of several thousand Wampanoag artifacts, and so we've built a display case for a subset of those. And in those artifacts were a lot of shards of clay ceramics, and so one of the members that is a ceramic person of the Wampanoag tribe made us a new vase that you see up on top that she envisions, after seeing all those shards, what it might have looked like back then. Any questions?
No. Any questions? Anything on my right? Anything on my left?
Thank you very much.
I want to thank you for the presentation. I think that we who live in the town sometimes don't appreciate what we have here for museums and the work that people put into them, whether it be yours or the Son of a Museum or the Cahoon Museum. Tremendous amount of work in this town, tremendous amount of things to be seen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no further discussion, Madam Clerk? Oh, I got to read the agenda here. A motion to open a public hearing. Second? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Opening the public hearing. Okay. Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Lidkey,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Okay. Public hearing is opened. Any discussion from any members of the public? Seeing none. Lynn, anybody on Zoom?
No one on Zoom.
No one on Zoom.
Move
Okay.
to close public comment.
Do I hear a second? I heard a second. All in favor? Madam Clerk?
Counselors, closing the public hearing. Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Yes.
Turkelson, Bloom,
Yes.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So now we have a roll call majority?
Yep.
The full council, huh? Oh, discussion.
Should we read it
I
in?
didn't see a lot of discussion, necessary discussion on
No.
this. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Okay. Counselors, on 032, Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Yes.
Turkelson, Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, 25035, I note this is a public hearing, and it will require a roll call majority vote. Gordon,
Okay,
Councilor
sure.
Starr.
Yeah, I
will you
will.
read that
Thank
in,
you.
please?
This is old business number 2025-035, appropriation order in the amount of $80,000 for the solid waste facility landfill infiltration basin number 1 swale repairs project.
Second.
Very good, thank you.
Public hearing, roll call, majority vote.
Okay.
Roll call.
Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
I forget where I left off. Okay. Mendes,
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burt, Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion does pass. We've opened the public hearing. I'd like to recognize Dan Santos, Director of Public Works.
Good evening, Mr. Vice President, Town Councilors, Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. This project includes repairs to the existing swale leading to landfill infiltration basin 1 at the solid waste transfer station. Over the years, the swale has experienced significant erosion and now requires repairs. These repairs will include regrading of the swale and installation of a new riprap in the swale to repair the erosion and prevent future erosion. Funding for this project will be provided from the Solid Waste Division Enterprise Fund, which currently has an available balance of $1,885,310. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're in a public hearing. Is there any members of the public who would like to be heard? Seeing none. Lynn? No one on Zoom? Could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Second? Okay, roll call vote to close the public hearing.
Counselors, Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Yes.
Levesque, Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Okay, the public hearing is closed. Do I have any discussion on my right? Seeing none. Any discussion on my left? Seeing none, this is a roll call majority vote of the full council. Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
That passes, 11.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, 2025-34, referring to a public hearing. Counselor Clark, would you?
Yes.
Refer to second reading, yes.
Yes, this is new business. A first reading to be referred to a second reading on November 7, 2024. Agenda item 2025-034, order authorizing a second amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between the town of Barnstable and Barnstable County for dredging services.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on moving it to a second reading? Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
and Schnapp.
Yes.
That
Thank you.
passes.
2025-039. Councilor Ledke, how about you?
Okay, thank you. It's new business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. This is item 2025-039. Authorization to contract for and expend a federal fiscal year 2024 Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant in the amount of $10,222.02 from the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs.
Second.
Second. Okay. I recognize Chief Chalice.
Good evening, Councilors. Jean Chalice, Chief of Police. The department's requesting authorization to expend a federal FY24 Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant for $10,222.02 from the Department of Justice. The funds will be used to pay half of the cost to replace 17 bulletproof vests that are going to be expiring during the FY25 replacement cycle. The Massachusetts State Department of Criminal Justice covers the other half of the expense for us.
Okay. Any discussion by the council? On my right? Seeing none. On my left? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Councilor Turkelson, how about 2025-40?
Thank you, Vice President Tamish. This is an item of new business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2025-040, authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2025 municipal road safety grant in the amount of $60,000 from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security as written.
Second.
Chief Chalice?
Hello.
Once again.
I just want to point out before I start explaining this that in the agenda item in the grant detail, there is one clerical error, and the amount specified for pedestrian and bicycle safety enforcement is incorrect. It should actually be $4,585.60. And I'll explain that when I get there, but there's a typo there, and it says $2,579.80, so. The department's requesting authorization to expend an FY25 municipal road safety grant in the amount of $60,000 from the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security. The grant will enable the department to use $38,879
to participate in 5 traffic mobilizations to target specific traffic concerns, including winter impaired driving, which we'll do in December, this coming 2024, and then distracted driving in April of 2025, click it or ticket in May 2025, summer speed will take place in June, and then we'll do a summer impaired driving campaign in August and September. We'll be using $6,475 to purchase 4 handheld radar units that'll be deployed in the cruisers, and then $4,585 will be used for pedestrian and bike safety enforcement. We're going to allocate $7,480 for non-enforcement activity, which will allow us to certify 2 additional department members in car seat proper installation. They'll also participate in 2 car seat community events where they'll be installing car seats for the community. And then we'll also be using those funds for driver education, where we have teens use the Roadster pedal cart, which we used this money for last year to purchase the cart, but they'll be able to use the cart this year with the drunk driving goggles to understand the impact of driving while impaired. And then finally, we'll be using that $2,579 to purchase bike safety equipment so we can distribute it at community events. So it's bike helmets that we give out. And I just want to assure you that our number one complaint that we get is traffic complaints, but we're truly committed to trying to address them with 450 miles of road in town. We're doing our best to make sure that we're addressing people's concerns for traffic safety.
Thank you. Any questions on my right? Councilman Ledke.
Yeah, no, I appreciate this, Chief, because it's, one of the major complaints. And I wonder if your summer speed, you're doing nothing in July for some reason. Could summer speed go to June and July, or are you allocated?
So the way this grant is broken up, we have to do these particular campaigns during these months, but it doesn't mean that nobody's doing speeding enforcement at other times. So we're always doing speeding enforcement, but we are able to allocate specific grant reimbursements and assign officers to 4-hour blocks of traffic enforcement particular to that initiative during that period of time. So that's how we break it up.
Okay. And I see Dan Santos back there. I mean, a lot of my residents are still asking for speed bumps, and that doesn't seem to be something we can do. But, anything we could do as a town to team up between you and the DPW, even putting those things that you put in the middle of crosswalks, like at Craigville Beach and some of these other areas, maybe if those could be in some of the other roads where people are really complaining about speeding, anything would help. But this is a great effort. I wish it was a lot more money to put towards this because it is an enormous problem.
It's our number one complaint, but we're happy to continue to work with DPW on these things also.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion on my left? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ledke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, 2025-041. Councilor Schnapp. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is an item of new business that may be acted upon, a majority vote. Item number 2025-041, transfer order in the amount of $800,000 from Town Council Order 2022-045 to Town Council Order 2019-145 for the purpose of funding design and permitting of the Finney's Lane Neighborhoods Sewer Expansion Project.
Second.
Second. Motion is seconded. Thank you. I recognize Dan Santos, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. The Department of Public Works continues to implement the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. The Finney's Lane Neighborhood Sewer Expansion Project is currently planned to commence construction in fiscal year 2026. Two prior appropriations, 2018-087 and 2019-145, have been approved for the design and permitting of this project, totaling $1,050,000. Work completed to date on the project includes survey mapping, private road easement takings, and preliminary design. The current available balance of the two existing appropriations is $878,105,040. In July of 2024, DPW issued an RFP to retain a consultant to complete the final design and permitting of the project. The town received 3 proposals, all of which were over the existing budget. The recommended consultant's proposed fee was $1,480,000. In fiscal year 2022, the town council appropriated $3,500,000 for the design and permitting of the Route 28 West Sewer Expansion Project. The project is on track to be bid this upcoming spring, and the design is on track to be approximately $1,500,000 under budget.
Wow.
This request would transfer $800,000 from the remaining budget from the Route 28 West Sewer Expansion Project design and permitting to Town Council Order 2019-145 in order to allow the town to award the design contract for the Finney's Lane Neighborhood Sewer Expansion Project to the recommended consultant. No new funding would need to be approved to award this contract. The Route 28 West Sewer Expansion Project design will still remain significantly under budget by over $700,000. Thank you.
Great, all good news. Thank you. Any discussion on my left? Seeing none, any discussion on my right? No. Council Turkelson.
I'm just curious I mean, the budget came way over on that. Was it just like inflation over time, or?
It actually wasn't over. It's over the amount we had, but we anticipated coming back for an additional appropriation once we had the conceptual plan identified. So rather than an additional appropriation, we had money left over in this other project, so we're just seeking a transfer.
Councilor Lutke? I'm sorry, I thought you had your hand up. Any other discussion? All right. Madam Clerk?
Councilors: Bloom.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. 2025-043, it's going to be referred to a public hearing. Councilor Neary, how about?
My pleasure, Vice President Tamish. New business referring it to a public hearing on November 7th, 2024. It's item number 2025-043. It's a supplemental appropriation order in the amount of $25,000 for the purpose of paying outside counsel expenses of the legal department, as it's written.
Second.
I have a second. Okay. Madam Clerk, any discussion? Excuse me, any discussion about referring it? Madam Clerk?
Councilors: Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. 2025-044. Councilor Starr, would you mind reading that?
Sure. This is new business, number 2025044, referring to a public hearing on November 7th, 2024. Appropriation order in the amount of $2,600,000 for the purpose of acquiring real estate property consisting of approximately 10.4 plus or minus acres of land in Cotuit, as shown in Assessor's Map 037, Parcel 010, for general municipal purposes.
Thank
Second.
you. Do I have a second? Okay,
Second.
any discussion? All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilors: Crow.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Torkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Yes. Move to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
I would like to, we accomplished a lot tonight. Thank you all, and thank you for staff for hanging in there. Now, we have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Any discussion on the motion to adjourn? I believe we have to do a roll call on that also.
Right. Ludke.
Yes.
I forgot Levesque again. Levesque,
Yes, I'm always sitting next to you.
Mendes,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Torkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you.